Hello horror lovers, welcome to our channel. If spine-chilling true stories are your nightly ritual, you've come to the right place. Before we dive into tonight's terrifying tales, make sure to subscribe to our channel. It means a lot to me. Don't forget to like this video and share where you're watching from in the comments below. Your support helps us bring you the best in real horror storytelling. Now, turn off the lights, get comfortable, and prepare for a night filled with true nightmares. Let's get into the story. The open sea has always been a source of both wonder and fear. For centuries, sailors have shared tales of monstrous creatures lurking in the deep, but I never believed them. That changed one fateful night off the coast of Norway, when I came face to face with the legendary Kraken. I was part of a scientific expedition aboard the research vessel Odyssey, tasked with studying marine life in the North Atlantic. The crew was a mix of seasoned sailors and marine biologists, each with a passion for the ocean. Our mission had been uneventful so far, with only the occasional excitement of a whale sighting or a school of dolphins playing in our wake. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep shade of purple, the sea grew eerily calm. The only sound was the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. It was then that our sonar picked up something massive moving beneath us. At first, we thought it was a pod of whales, but the readings were unlike anything we had ever seen. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to investigate. We launched a submersible equipped with high-definition cameras and powerful lights. As it descended into the depths, the tension on the ship was palpable. The monitors displayed nothing but darkness for what seemed like an eternity. Then, out of the abyss emerged a colossal shape. The cameras struggled to capture its full size, but it was clear that this was no whale. It was something far more ancient and terrifying. Tentacles as thick as tree trunks writhed in the water, and a massive, beak-like mouth snap hit the submersible. The Kraken had risen from the depths. Panic erupted on the Odyssey. The crew scrambled to bring the submersible back to the surface, but the Kraken had other plans. One of its massive tentacles wrapped around the submersible, crushing it like a tin can. The cameras went dark, and the feed cut off abruptly. Before we could process what had happened, the ship lurched violently. The Kraken had surfaced, and its tentacles were now reaching for the Odyssey. The deck tilted sharply as the creature's immense weight bore down on us. Alarms blared, and chaos ensued as we struggled to maintain our footing. I ran to the deck, hoping to catch a glimpse of the beast. What I saw defied comprehension. The Kraken's body was partially visible above the water, its dark, slimy skin glistening in the moonlight. Its eyes, as big as dinner plates, glowed with a malevolent intelligence. The sheer size of the creature was staggering. It dwarfed our vessel, making us feel like mere insects in its presence. The crew fought back with whatever means they had. Flares and distress signals were fired into the sky, hoping to scare the creature away or attract the attention of nearby ships. But the Kraken seemed unfazed. It tightened its grip on the Odyssey, and the sound of metal groaning under the pressure filled the air. In a desperate bid to save the ship, our captain ordered us to cut the ropes securing our equipment to the deck. We watched helplessly as thousands of dollars worth of research gear tumbled into the sea, hoping the sacrifice would appease the Kraken. But it was no use. The Kraken's attack grew more ferocious, and the Odyssey began to take on water. I could hear the screams of my crewmates as they were thrown overboard or crushed by the creature's relentless assault. The ship was sinking, and fast. As the water rose around me, I made a split-second decision to abandon ship. I grabbed a life raft and jumped into the icy waters, praying that I wouldn't be next in the Kraken's grasp. The cold water shocked my system, but adrenaline kept me moving. I paddled furiously, trying to put as much distance between myself and the sinking ship as possible. From the raft I watched in horror as the Odyssey was dragged beneath the waves, the Kraken's tentacles still wrapped around it. The ship disappeared into the depths, leaving only a swirl of bubbles and debris on the surface. I floated in the open sea for hours, shivering and terrified. The moon cast a pale light on the water, and every ripple sent waves of fear through me. I couldn't shake the image of the Kraken's glowing eyes and monstrous tentacles from my mind. Just as dawn began to break, a rescue helicopter appeared on the horizon. They had picked up our distress signals and were searching for survivors. Relief washed over me as they hauled me aboard, but the terror of that night would never leave me. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what had happened. The legend of the Kraken was no longer a myth. To me it was a horrifying reality. The sea, once a place of wonder, had become a realm of nightmares. I knew that I would never forget my encounter with the Kraken. The creature's immense power and primal fury had left an indelible mark on my soul, and though I survived to tell the tale, a part of me would always remain in the depths, haunted by the terror that lurks beneath the waves. Growing up in the heart of the Navajo Nation, I was well acquainted with the legends and folklore of my people. Stories of skinwalkers, or Yinal-Lushi, were among the most terrifying. These malevolent beings, said to be able to shapeshift into animals, were whispered about in hushed tones around campfires and at family gatherings. I always thought they were just stories meant to scare children. That was until the night I came face to face with one. It was late autumn, and I had returned home to visit my family. My cousin, John, and I decided to go camping in the nearby forest, a place we had explored countless times as kids. We packed our gear and set off early in the afternoon, eager to relive our childhood adventures. The forest was as beautiful as I remembered, with towering pines and the crisp scent of pine needles in the air. We hiked deep into the woods, far from the main trails, to a secluded spot we used to call our secret haven. As the sun began to set, we set up our camp, built a fire, and settled in for the night. We spent the evening reminiscing about old times, laughing and joking as the fire crackled and the stars appeared overhead. But as the night grew darker, an uneasy feeling settled over me. The forest, which had always felt like a second home, seemed different, more sinister. I tried to shake off the feeling, attributing it to the eerie stories we had been sharing. Around midnight, the fire started to die down, and John suggested we get some sleep. We crawled into our sleeping bags, the firelight casting long shadows across the campsite. I lay there, staring up at the canopy of trees, unable to shake the sense of being watched. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard a rustling sound nearby. I sat up, straining to see into the darkness. The sound grew louder, closer, and my heart began to race. I nudged John awake and whispered, "You hear that?" He gradually nodded, and we both listened intently. The rustling stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. Then, from the darkness, we heard a low growl, unlike any animal I had ever heard. It sent chills down my spine. "Maybe it's just a coyote," John suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. We both knew that no coyote sounded like that. We decided to stoke the fire, hoping the light and heat would deter whatever was out there. As the flames roared back to life, we caught a glimpse of something moving at the edge of the firelight. It was a large, shadowy figure, too big to be any normal animal. Its eyes glowed a menacing yellow. The creature moved with an unnatural fluidity, circling our campsite. We stood frozen, too scared to move. Then, in a voice that sounded eerily like my mother's, it called out my name. "David," the voice echoed through the trees. My blood ran cold. John and I had heard enough stories to know what we were dealing with: a skinwalker. They were known to mimic voices to lure their victims. Fear gripped me, but I forced myself to stay calm. "We need to leave." "Nah," John whispered urgently. We grabbed our backpacks and slowly backed away from the fire, keeping our eyes on the creature. It continued to circle, its glowing eyes never leaving us. As we moved further away, it stepped into the light, revealing its grotesque form. It was a twisted amalgamation of a man and a wolf, with long, matted fur and elongated limbs. We turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, not caring about the noise we made. The creature let out a blood-curdling howl and gave chase. I could hear its footsteps behind us, getting closer and closer. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were going to give out, but the adrenaline kept me moving. We stumbled upon a narrow ravine, too wide to jump across. With no other option, we scrambled down the steep incline, hoping the skinwalker wouldn't follow. I glanced back and saw it standing at the edge, its eyes burning with fury. We reached the bottom and found a small cave just big enough to hide in. We squeezed inside, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The skinwalker's howls echoed through the night, but it didn't follow us into the ravine. We sat in the cave, too terrified to speak, listening to the creature's frustrated growls. Hours passed, and eventually the sounds faded. Exhausted and shaken, we stayed in the cave until dawn, when we finally felt it was safe to leave. We climbed out of the ravine and made our way back to the campsite, finding it torn apart. Our gear was scattered, and the fire pit was destroyed. We didn't waste any time packing up what little we had left and hightailed it back to the village. When we told our family what had happened, they listened gravely. The elders performed a cleansing ceremony, and we were warned never to venture into those woods again. The encounter left a scar on my soul, a reminder of the dark forces that lurk just beyond the edges of our understanding. To this day, I can't forget the sight of those glowing eyes and the sound of my mother's voice calling out from the darkness. The legend of the Skinwalker was no longer just a story. To meet was a horrifying reality that I would carry with me for the rest of my life. I never believed in urban legends or cryptid tales, thinking them to be mere figments of overactive imaginations. However, an encounter I had one summer night in Michigan's Upper Peninsula changed that forever. It was a warm July evening, and my friends and I decided to go on a camping trip near the Manistee National Forest. The place was known for its serene beauty and dense woods, a perfect getaway from our hectic lives. We arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon, set up our tents, and started a campfire as the sun began to set. As the night wore on, we exchanged ghost stories and laughed around the fire. The forest around us was alive with the sounds of crickets and owls, creating an almost magical atmosphere. Around midnight, my friend Mark suggested we take a walk to a nearby lake he had visited a few years back. Eager for an adventure, we grabbed our flashlights and set off into the woods. The trail to the lake was narrow and winding, the darkness making it seem even more mysterious. We joked and chatted as we walked, the beams of our flashlights cutting through the thick canopy of trees. About halfway to the lake, we noticed the woods had gone eerily silent. The usual cacophony of night sounds had ceased, replaced by an oppressive stillness. We paused, glancing at each other uneasily. "Maybe we should head back," suggested Jenny, the only girl in our group. Mark, ever the adventurous one, laughed it off and urged us to keep going. Reluctantly, we pressed on, but the silence was unnerving. As we neared the lake, we heard a low growl from the darkness. We froze, our flashlights scanning the trees. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. My friends nodded, their faces pale in the dim light. The growl came again, this time closer. We could hear something moving through the underbrush, heavy and deliberate. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what could be out there. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness, fixed on us. Mark aimed his flashlight at the eyes, revealing a creature that defied explanation. It stood on two legs like a man, but was covered in dark, matted fur. Its head was distinctly canine, with a long snout and sharp, bared teeth. It was massive, towering over us at nearly 7 feet tall. The creature let out a bone-chilling howl, its eyes never leaving us. Paralyzed with fear, we stood there, unable to move. The creature took a step forward, its movements fluid and unnervingly human-like. Mark, finally snapping out of his stupor, yelled, "Run!" We bolted back down the trail, our flashlights bouncing wildly as we ran. The sound of the creature's heavy footsteps echoed behind us, getting closer and closer. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but the adrenaline kept me going. We burst into the campsite, screaming for help. The others, who had stayed behind, looked at us in confusion. "What's going on?" one of them asked, but we didn't stop to explain. We dove into our cars, locking the doors and starting the engines. From the safety of my car, I watched as the creature emerged from the woods, standing at the edge of the campsite. Its red eyes glowed menacingly in the darkness, and it let out another howl before retreating back into the trees. We didn't waste any time speeding away, the terror of what we had seen still fresh in our minds. We drove to the nearest town, where we finally felt safe enough to stop and catch our breath. Mark, usually the skeptic, was the first to speak. "That was the Dogman," he said, his voice shaking. "I've heard stories about it, but I never thought it was real." We spent the rest of the night in a motel, too scared to return to the campsite. The next morning, we went back to collect our things, but the forest seemed different in the daylight. The oppressive fear from the night before was gone, replaced by an eerie calm. We quickly packed up and left, vowing never to return to that part of the forest again. The encounter left us all shaken. I did some research afterward and found that sightings of the Dogman in Michigan date back decades, with many describing the same creature we had seen. Whether it's a cryptid, a supernatural being, or something else entirely, I can't say for sure. All I know is that the night I met the Dogman was the night I became a believer in the unknown. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway. My friends and I had planned a trip to the remote forests of northern Minnesota, a place known for its untouched beauty and tranquil surroundings. Little did we know, this trip would introduce us to one of the most terrifying legends of the region, Wendigo. We arrived at our cabin on a chilly Friday evening just as the sun was beginning to set. The cabin was rustic, but comfortable, nestled deep in the woods far from any signs of civilization. As night fell, we lit a fire in the fireplace, prepared a hearty meal, and settled in for a cozy evening. Later that night, as we sat around the fire sharing stories, Mike, our self-proclaimed local legend expert, brought up the Wendigo. "You guys ever hear about the Wendigo?" he asked, a mischievous grin on his face. None of us had, so he launched into the tale. The Wendigo, he explained, is a malevolent spirit from Native American folklore, particularly among the Algonquian-speaking tribes. It's said to possess people and turn them into cannibalistic monsters with an insatiable hunger for human flesh. According to legend, the Wendigo roams the forests of the Great Lakes region, especially in winter, driven by an endless craving. As he spoke, the wind outside began to howl, rattling the windows and making the cabin feel even more isolated. We laughed nervously, trying to shake off the eerie feeling that Mike's story had left us with. Eventually, we called it a night and went to bed. In the middle of the night, I was awakened by a strange noise. It sounded like someone or something was scratching at the cabin door. My heart raced as I listened intently, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. But the scratching persisted, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. I crept out of bed and peeked out the window, but all I could see was darkness. The growling grew louder, more menacing, and I could hear heavy footsteps moving around the cabin. Summoning my courage, I woke Mike and the others, telling them what I had heard. Mike, still half asleep, mumbled something about the Wendigo and stumbled to the door. He unlocked it and slowly opened it, peering outside. "There's nothing there," he said, sounding relieved. "Probably just a raccoon or something." But as we were about to return to bed, we heard it again, a deep, unearthly growl coming from the woods. This time we all heard it clearly. Mike grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, motioning for us to follow. The cold night air hit us as we stepped out onto the porch. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustling of leaves. Mike shone his flashlight into the darkness, and for a moment we saw nothing. Then, just at the edge of the beam, we caught a glimpse of something that made our blood run cold. Standing among the trees was a tall, emaciated figure with glowing eyes. It looked like a man, but its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, and its skin was a sickly, ashen color. Its eyes burned with a malevolent hunger, and as it moved closer, we could see its mouth filled with sharp, jagged teeth. We froze in terror, unable to comprehend what we were seeing. The creature let out another guttural growl and lunged towards us. Mike dropped the flashlight and yelled for us to run. We bolted back into the cabin, slamming the door shut and locking it. Inside, we huddled together, trying to figure out what to do. The growling and scratching continued, growing more intense. It was as if the creature was trying to break down the door. In a panic, we barricaded the door with furniture and grabbed whatever we could find to defend ourselves. The night seemed to stretch on forever, the relentless assault on the cabin never letting up. We could hear the creature circling the cabin, its growls and snarls piercing the night. Every creak and groan of the cabin sent us into a fresh wave of terror. Finally, as dawn began to break, the sounds stopped. We waited, holding our breath, afraid that it was some kind of trick. But as the light grew stronger, we dared to peek outside. The creature was gone, leaving behind only claw marks on the door and strange, hoof-like tracks in the dirt. Exhausted and terrified, we packed up our things and left the cabin as quickly as we could. On the drive back, none of us spoke much, each lost in our thoughts about the horrifying encounter. Later, I did some research and found out that sightings of the Wendigo, or creatures like it, have been reported in the region for centuries. Many people have claimed to hear the same growls, see the same glowing eyes, and find the same tracks. To this day, I can't explain what we saw or what happened that night. But one thing is certain, the legend of the Wendigo is more than just a story. It's a warning, a reminder that there are things in this world that we may never fully understand. It was the fall of 2010, and I had just moved to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, to start a new job. The town was quaint, with a rich history and a sense of community that made me feel welcome immediately. But as I soon discovered, Point Pleasant had a dark legend that lingered in the minds of the local Mothmen. I first heard about the Mothmen from my neighbor, Mrs. Harper, an elderly woman with a penchant for storytelling. She recounted the eerie events of the 1960s, when sightings of a strange, winged creature had terrified the town. The creature was described as a humanoid with glowing red eyes and enormous wings. Mrs. Harper swore that the Mothman was a harbinger of doom, appearing before catastrophic events. I was skeptical, chalking it up to local folklore and overactive imaginations. But one night, everything changed. I was driving home from work late, the road deserted and the sky dark. As I neared the old T&T area series of abandoned munitions bunkers from World War III, saw something that made my heart skip a beat. A pair of glowing red eyes stared at me from the side of the road. I slowed down, squinting into the darkness, and saw a tall, dark figure standing there. Its eyes were fixed on me and blinking. The figure unfurled a pair of massive wings and took off into the night sky with a rush of wind. I slammed on the brakes, my mind racing. Had I just seen the Mothman? I drove home in a daze, my heart pounding in my chest. That night I couldn't sleep, my mind replaying the encounter over and over. The next morning, I decided to visit the local library to learn more about the Mothman. I found numerous accounts of sightings, each eerier than the last. Some people reported the creature flying over their cars. Others saw it perched on rooftops or lurking in the shadows. One story in particular caught my attention. It was about the collapse of the Silver Bridge in 1967, a tragic event that claimed the lives of 46 people. Many witnesses reported seeing the Mothman near the bridge in the days leading up to the disaster. The idea that this creature was somehow connected to such a tragedy sent chills down my spine. Over the next few weeks, I became obsessed with the Mothman. I interviewed locals, visited the sites of previous sightings, and even stayed up late into the night, hoping for another glimpse of the creature. My obsession grew, fueled by the fear and curiosity that had taken root in my mind. One evening, as I was walking near the TNT area, I heard a strange, high-pitched screech. I stopped in my tracks, my heart racing. The screech was followed by a rustling of wings, and I felt a rush of wind behind me. I turned around slowly, dreading what I might see. There it was, perched on top of an old bunk-earth Mothman. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and its wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the ground. The creature seemed to be watching me, studying me. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or speak. The Mothman let out another screech and took off into the sky, disappearing into the night. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my mind struggling to process what I had just witnessed. When I finally gathered the courage to move, I ran home as fast as I could. I knew then that the Mothman was real. The fear I felt was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was as if the creature had looked into my very soul, leaving me with a sense of impending doom. In the days that followed, I noticed a change in the town. People were on edge, and there was an unspoken tension in the air. Rumors of strange sightings and unexplained events spread like wildfire. It was as if the Mothman's presence had awakened something dark and sinister. One night I was awoken by a loud crash. I ran to the window and saw that a large tree had fallen in my backyard, narrowly missing my house. As I stood there, catching my breath, I saw the glowing red eyes again, watching me from the shadows. The fear was overwhelming. I felt like I was being hunted, stalked by an unseen predator. The Mothman had marked me, and there was no escaping its gaze. I knew I had to leave Point Pleasant before it was too late. I packed my bags and left the town the next day, my heart heavy with dread. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The Mothman had become a part of my life, a dark presence that I couldn't escape. To this day, I can't explain what I saw or why it happened to me. But I know one thing for certain: the Mothman is real, and its presence is a warning, a harbinger of doom that leaves a trail of fear and tragedy in its wake. It was a chilly autumn evening in 1990 to when I first encountered the beast of Bray Road. I had just moved to Elkhorn, Wisconsin, a small town known for its quiet charm and picturesque landscapes. Little did I know, this seemingly peaceful town held a dark secret, a legendary creature that roamed the countryside. I was driving home from a late shift at the local diner, the road ahead illuminated by my headlights. As I turned onto Bray Road, I felt a strange sense of unease, like something was watching me. I brushed it off as my imagination, but that feeling persisted, growing stronger with each passing mile. Suddenly, a figure darted across the road in front of me. I slammed on the brakes, my heart pounding in my chest. I squinted into the darkness, trying to make out what I had just seen. At first I thought it was a large dog or a wolf, but as it moved into the beam of my headlights, I realized it was something far more terrifying. The creature stood on two legs, its body covered in dark, matted fur. Its eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light, and its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth. It looked like a monstrous cross between a wolf and a man. I had heard the local legends about the beast of Bray Road, but I never thought I would see it with my own eyes. I was frozen in place, unable to move as the beast stared at me. It seemed to be sizing me up, deciding whether I was a threat. After what felt like an eternity, it turned and disappeared into the woods, leaving me shaken and terrified. I drove home as fast as I could, my hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. That night I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of the creature. The next morning, I decided to visit the local library to learn more about the beast of Bray Road. I found numerous accounts of sightings, each more chilling than the last. Some people reported seeing the creature stalking livestock, while others claimed it had chased their vehicles. The descriptions were always the same: a large, bipedal wolf-like creature with glowing eyes and a menacing presence. Over the next few weeks, I became obsessed with the beast of Bray Road. I spent my evenings driving up and down the road, hoping to catch another glimpse of the creature. My obsession grew, fueled by the fear and curiosity that had taken hold of me. One night, as I was driving along Bray Road, I heard a strange, guttural growl coming from the woods. I stopped the car and listened, my heart pounding in my chest. The growl was followed by the sound of rustling leaves and snapping branches. I knew the beast was close. I grabbed my flashlight and got out of the car, my hands trembling. I shone the light into the woods, my breath visible in the cold night air. The beam of the flashlight caught a pair of glowing yellow eyes, and I felt a surge of fear. The beast stepped into the light, its eyes fixed on me. It let out a low, menacing growl, its teeth bared. I backed away slowly, trying to keep my composure. The beast took a step forward, and I knew I had to get out of there. I ran back to the car and sped away. The image of the creature burned into my mind. I knew then that the beast of Bray Road was real, and it was more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I noticed strange footprints around my property, and at night I heard eerie howls in the distance. The beast was out there, lurking in the shadows, and I was its prey. One evening, I decided to set up a camera outside my house, hoping to capture evidence of the beast. I reviewed the footage the next morning, my heart racing with anticipation. At first, there was nothing unusual, just the usual nighttime activity of the local wildlife. But then I saw a beast moving silently through the yard, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I showed the footage to the local authorities, but they dismissed it as a hoax or a misidentification. They didn't believe in the beast of Bray Road. But I knew what I had seen. The creature was real, and it was dangerous. The fear became too much to bear. I couldn't stay in Elkhorn any longer, knowing that the beast was out there, watching and waiting. I packed my bags and left town, hoping to escape the nightmare that had taken over my life. Even now, years later, I can't forget the terror of that encounter. The beast of Bray Road is more than just a legend. It's a living nightmare that haunts the woods of Wisconsin. I only hope that one day the truth about the creature will be revealed and the town of Elkhorn can finally find peace. Growing up in a small village in Puerto Rico, I was no stranger to tales of the supernatural. Ghost stories, witches, and legends of strange creatures were common topics around campfires and family gatherings. But there was one legend that stood out among the rest: Chupacabra, the infamous goat-sucker. The first time I heard about the Chupacabra, I was 10 years old. My grandfather told me about it as we sat on the porch one warm evening. He described a creature with spines down its back, glowing red eyes, and a thirst for the blood of livestock. It sounded like a story meant to scare children, but the fear in my grandfather's eyes told me otherwise. Years later, when I was in my 20s, I had an experience that made me believe in the legend. It was a particularly hot summer, and the villagers were on edge. Livestock had been found dead, drained of blood with puncture wounds on their necks. Whispers of the Chupacabra spread like wildfire, and a sense of dread hung over the village. One night I was woken by the frantic barking of our family dog, Luna. She was usually a calm and friendly dog, but that night she was hysterical. I got out of bed and went to check on her, wondering what had her so agitated. As I stepped outside, I heard a strange, low growling sound coming from the direction of our chicken coop. The air was thick with tension, and Luna's barking grew louder. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way toward the coop, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the coop, I found the door slightly ajar. I shone the flashlight inside and froze. There, amidst the terrified chickens, was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was about the size of a small dog, with leathery gray skin and spines running down its back. Its eyes glowed a menacing red in the beam of the flashlight, and it let out a hiss that sent chills down my spine. I stood there, paralyzed with fear, as the creature turned its attention to me. It moved with a strange, jerky motion, almost as if it was gliding across the ground. Luna's barking seemed to snap me out of my trance, and I slowly backed away, not wanting to provoke the creature. Suddenly, the Chupacabra lunged at me, its teeth bared and claws extended. I stumbled backward, dropping the flashlight, and landed hard on the ground. The creature was almost upon me when Luna, in a display of bravery I had never seen before, charged at it, barking and snarling. The Chupacabra hesitated, then turned and fled into the night, disappearing into the darkness. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed Luna, holding her close as I tried to calm my racing heart. The chickens were still clucking in panic, but they were unharmed, thanks to Luna's intervention. The next day, I told my family what had happened. My father was skeptical, but my grandfather believed me. He said that the Chupacabra was real and that we needed to be cautious. We reinforced the chicken coop and made sure our animals were secure, but the fear lingered. Over the following weeks, more livestock fell victim to the Chupacabra. Farmers found their goats, chickens, and even some small dogs dead, drained of blood with the same puncture wounds on their necks. The villagers held meetings, trying to come up with ways to protect their animals and themselves. One night, a group of us decided to set a trap for the Chupacabra. We used a goat as bait, tying it to a post in a clearing near the edge of the village. We hid in the bushes, armed with flashlights and makeshift weapons, waiting for the creature to appear. Hours passed, and just as we were about to give up, we heard a rustling in the bushes. The goat bleated in fear, and we saw a pair of glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness. The chupacabra stepped into the clearing, its spines bristling as it approached the goat. We sprang into action, shining our flashlights on the creature and shouting to scare it away. The chupacabra hissed and snarled, but it didn't flee. It seemed more aggressive, more desperate. It lunged at us, and we fought back, using sticks and stones to drive it away. The battle was intense, and the creature's strength and agility were terrifying. But eventually we managed to drive it off, chasing it back into the woods. We were exhausted, but we had succeeded in protecting our livestock that night. The attacks continued sporadically over the next few months, but they gradually became less frequent. The villagers remained vigilant, always on guard for signs of the chupacabra. The fear never completely went away, but we learned to live with it, accepting it as part of life in our village. To this day, I can still remember the sight of the chupacabra in the beam of my flashlight, its red eyes glowing with an otherworldly menace. Some people say that the creature is just a myth, a product of overactive imaginations. But I know the truth. The chupacabra is real, and it still haunts the shadows of the night, lurking just out of sight, waiting for its next victim. Growing up in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, I often heard stories about the Jersey Devil. It was said to be a creature with the head of a goat, wings of a bat, and the body of a horse. The locals told tales of eerie encounters, strange noses, and mutilated livestock, but I always dismissed them as folklore meant to scare kids. Little did I know that one day I would come face to face with this legendary beast. It was late autumn, and the air was crisp with the promise of winter. My friends and I decided to go camping in the Pine Barrens, eager for one last adventure before the cold set in. We set up camp near a secluded lake, far from the nearest town. The isolation was part of the appeal, a chance to disconnect from the world and immerse ourselves in nature. That first night, as we sat around the campfire, the conversation inevitably turned to the Jersey Devil. Mike, the self-proclaimed skeptic of the group, scoffed at the idea of a mythical creature lurking in the woods. But Sarah, who had grown up hearing the stories from her grandparents, swore she had seen strange things in the forest at night. As the fire died down and we prepared to turn in, I couldn't shake a sense of unease. The forest was eerily quiet, and the shadows seemed to dance and twist in the flickering light of the dying fire. We retreated to our tents, and I tried to sleep, but my mind kept drifting back to the stories of the Jersey Devil. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by a loud, blood-curdling scream. It echoed through the forest, sending chills down my spine. My friends were awake, too, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear. We huddled together, listening intently, but the scream did not come again. The next morning, we debated whether to stay or leave. Mike, still skeptical, insisted it was just a coyote or some other animal. But Sarah was visibly shaken, and I couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling of dread in my gut. In the end, we decided to stay, convinced that we were just letting our imaginations get the better of us. That day, we explored the forest, marveling at the beauty of the changing leaves and the crisp, clean air. But as the sun began to set, the sense of unease returned. We gathered around the campfire once more, tried to shake off the lingering fear from the previous night. As darkness fell, the forest seemed to come alive with strange sounds. We heard rustling in the bushes, the snapping of twigs, and faint, eerie cries in the distance. Mike tried to lighten the mood with jokes, but his laughter was hollow, and we all knew he was just as scared as the rest of us. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the direction of the lake. We grabbed our flashlights and cautiously made our way to the shore. The beam of my flashlight revealed something that made my blood run cold. Large, hoof-like prints in the mud leading away from the water and into the forest. Sarah gasped and clutched my arm, her eyes wide with terror. "It's the Jersey Devil," she whispered, her voice trembling. Mike tried to brush it off, but even he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. We followed the tracks for a short distance, but they disappeared into the dense underbrush. Reluctantly, we returned to camp, our nerves on edge. That night, sleep was elusive. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent waves of fear through our camp. Around midnight, the blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest once more, louder and closer than before. We bolted upright, our hearts pounding in our chests. The scream was followed by a series of heavy footsteps, getting closer and closer. We huddled together, our flashlights flickering as we scanned the darkness. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and a deathly silence fell over the forest. Just as we began to relax, a shadowy figure emerged from the trees. It was tall, with large, leathery wings and glowing red eyes. The creature let out another scream, its piercing gaze fixed on us. We were frozen with terror, unable to move or even breathe. The Jersey Devil took a step towards us, its hooves crunching on the dry leaves. In a panic, Mike grabbed a burning log from the campfire and swung it at the creature. The Jersey Devil recoiled, letting out a screech of pain before disappearing into the night. We didn't wait to see if it would return. Grabbing our essentials, we fled the campsite, running through the forest as fast as we could. The sounds of the night seemed to follow us, the eerie cries and heavy footsteps echoing in our ears. We didn't stop until we reached the safety of our car. Breathless and shaken, we drove back to town in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The experience had left us terrified and bewildered, and we knew we would never forget that night. In the days that followed, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Mike, ever the skeptic, insisted that it must have been a bear or some other animal. But Sarah and I knew the truth. We had come face to face with the legendary Jersey Devil, and we had lived to tell the tale. The Pine Barrens, once a place of beauty and adventure, had become a place of nightmares. And though we vowed never to return, the memory of that night would haunt us forever. A chilling reminder that some legends are rooted in reality, and some creatures are better left undisturbed. Living in the deserts of New Mexico, I often heard whispers about the Skinwalkers. These legendary shapeshifters were said to be Navajo witches who could transform into animals and possess unimaginable dark powers. The tales were deeply rooted in Native American folklore, and most people dismissed them as just that, folklore. But one night I discovered the horrifying truth. It was a hot summer evening, and my friends and I decided to go camping near an isolated canyon known for its breathtaking views and eerie silence. We set up camp just as the sun was setting, painting the sky with shades of orange and purple. The beauty of the place was mesmerizing, but an unsettling feeling lingered in the air. After setting up our tents, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. Inevitably, the conversation turned to the local legends, and someone mentioned the Skinwalkers. I could see the unease in everyone's eyes, but we laughed it off, attributing our nervousness to the eerie surroundings. As the night grew darker, the canyon seemed to come alive with strange sounds. The wind howled through the rocks, creating an unsettling symphony of whispers and wails. We decided to call it a night and retreated to our tents, hoping for a good night's sleep. I was just drifting off when a rustling sound outside my tent snapped me awake. I strained my ears, trying to make out the source of the noise. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling our campsite. My heart pounded in my chest, but I convinced myself it was just a curious animal. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment there was silence. Then a low, guttural growl broke the stillness, sending chills down my spine. I sat up, trying to peer through the tent flap, but it was too dark to see anything. Suddenly, my friend's tent zipped open, and he stumbled out, his face pale and eyes wide with terror. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice shaking. Before I could respond, another growl echoed through the canyon, this time closer. We grabbed our flashlights and stepped outside, scanning the darkness. The beams of light cut through the night, revealing nothing but shadows and rocks. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the sense of impending doom. As we stood there, trying to make sense of the situation, a figure appeared at the edge of our campsite. It was tall and gaunt, with long, matted hair and eyes that glowed eerily in the darkness. It let out a chilling laugh, the sound echoing off the canyon walls. My blood ran cold. This was no ordinary animal. It was something much more sinister. The figure began to move towards us, its body shifting and contorting in unnatural ways. In a flash, it transformed into a large, menacing coyote, its eyes still glowing with malevolence. We backed away slowly, our minds racing with fear and confusion. The coyote advanced, its growls growing louder and more menacing. Just when I thought we were done for, it stopped, sniffing the air. Then, with a final, bone-chilling howl, it turned and disappeared into the night. We didn't waste any time. We packed up our gear as quickly as possible, the adrenaline fueling our movements. As we hurried back to our car, the eerie sounds of the canyon seemed to follow us, reminding us that we were not alone. The drive back to town was a blur. We barely spoke, each of us lost in our thoughts, trying to process what had just happened. The fear lingered, a constant reminder of our brush with the unknown. In the days that followed, we tried to convince ourselves that it was all just a bad dream, a trick of the mind. But deep down, we knew the truth. We had encountered a skinwalker, and the experience had left a permanent mark on our souls. The legends of the Navajo were not just stories. They were warnings, and we had learned the hard way that some things are better left undisturbed. The desert, with its haunting beauty and ancient secrets, held many mysteries, and we had only scratched the surface. Even now I can't forget those glowing eyes, the sinister laughter, and the feeling of pure, unadulterated fear. The Skinwalker was real, and it was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. Growing up in a small town in Puerto Rico, I had always heard tales of the chupacabra mythical creature, known for its blood-sucking habits and terrifying appearance. It was said to prey on livestock, leaving a trail of dead animals in its wake. The stories were enough to give any child nightmares, but I never imagined I would one day come face to face with the beast. It was the summer of 1995, and a series of unexplained livestock deaths had the town on edge. Farmers were finding their goats, and chickens drained of blood with strange puncture marks on their necks. The local newspapers were filled with sensational headlines about the chupacabra, and the fear in the community was palpable. One night, my cousin Luis and I decided to stay at our grandparents' farm to help keep an eye on the animals. We set up a makeshift camp in the barn, armed with flashlights and a couple of old baseball bats. We were determined to catch whatever was responsible for the attacks, though we didn't quite believe the chupacabra was real. As the night wore on, the crickets chirped, and the occasional rustling of leaves added to the eerie atmosphere. Luis and I took turns keeping watch, trying to stay awake despite the oppressive heat and humidity. Around midnight, just as I was starting to doze off, a chilling sound broke the silent sea-low, guttural growl coming from the edge of the woods. Luis and I exchanged nervous glances, our hearts pounding in our chests. We grabbed our flashlights and crept outside, the beams cutting through the darkness. The growling grew louder, more menacing, as we approached the tree line. Suddenly, something darted out of the shadows, moving with incredible speed. Our flashlight caught a glimpse of a tan, emaciated, hairless creature with glowing red eyes and sharp, protruding fangs. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, and the sight of it sent a wave of terror through me. The creature lunged at us, and we swung our bats wildly, trying to fend it off. It was fast, too fast, and it easily dodged our clumsy attempts to strike it. With a final blood-curdling screech, it turned and fled back into the woods, leaving us shaken and breathless. We ran back to the barn, our nerves frayed, and locked the doors behind us. For the rest of the night, we sat in silence, too scared to sleep. The image of the chupacabra haunted our thoughts, and we knew that what we had seen was no mere animal. The next morning, we told our grandparents what had happened. They were skeptical at first, but the fear in our eyes convinced them. They called the local authorities, and a team was sent out to investigate. They found tracks leading into the woods, but no sign of the creature itself. In the days that followed, more livestock were found dead, their bodies drained of blood. The town was gripped by fear, and many people refused to go out after dark. The legend of the chupacabra had become all too real, and its presence cast a dark shadow over our community. Years have passed since that terrifying summer, but I can still see those glowing red eyes in my nightmares. The chupacabra is more than just a legend. It is a living, breathing nightmare that lurks in the shadows, waiting to strike. To this day, I avoid the woods at night, and I can't look at goats or chickens without remembering the terror we felt. The chupacabra is real, and it is out there, hidden in the darkness, a reminder that some monsters are not just figments of our imagination, but very real threats that walk among us. I had heard the legend of the Jersey Devil growing up in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. My grandparents used to tell me the tale of the creature born to Mother Leeds in 1735, a deformed and cursed child that sprouted wings, hooves, and a tail, and flew off into the dense woods. While the story was part of local folklore, I never believed it was anything more than a spooky campfire tale. That is, until one fateful night changed my perception forever. It was a chilly autumn evening, and my friends and I decided to go camping in the heart of the Pine Barrens. We set up our tents in a clearing surrounded by ancient, gnarled trees. The air was crisp, and the night was unusually quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves. As we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and telling ghost stories, we joked about the Jersey Devil, daring each other to venture deeper into the woods. Around midnight, with the fire dwindling and our laughter subsiding, we decided to call it a night. I crawled into my tent, the cold air biting at my skin. I had just started to drift off when I heard a strange a high-pitched, almost human-like scream that echoed through the trees. My heart raced, and I sat up, straining to hear. The scream came again, louder and closer this time. My friends, now fully awake, looked as terrified as I felt. We grabbed our flashlights and cautiously stepped out of our tents, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. The air was thick with tension, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Suddenly, we heard heavy footsteps approaching from the direction of the scream. The sound grew louder, the ground trembling with each step. Out of the shadows emerged a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It stood on two legs, towering over us, with a grotesque, horse-like face and glowing red eyes. Bat-like wings unfurled from its back, and its long, forked tail lashed through the air. We were frozen in place, unable to comprehend the horror before us. The Jersey Devil let out another blood-curdling scream and charged towards us. We bolted, running blindly through the forest, our flashlights bouncing wildly. The creature was right behind us, its heavy breathing and pounding footsteps driving us to run faster. I could hear my friends shouting, but their voices seemed distant and distorted, drowned out by the sound of my own panicked heartbeat. I stumbled over a tree root and fell hard. The wind knocked out of me. I turned to see the Jersey Devil looming over me, its eyes burning with an unnatural fire. I thought this was the end, that I would be another victim of the legendary beast. But then, miraculously, it hesitated, its gaze shifting to something behind me. I seized the opportunity and scrambled to my feet, running as fast as my legs would carry me. I didn't stop until I burst out of the woods and into the relative safety of a nearby road. My friends soon joined me, all of us gasping for breath and covered in scratches and bruises. We didn't say a word, just silently agreed to never speak of what had happened. The next day, we packed up our campsite in silence, the weight of our encounter hanging over us like a dark cloud. We tried to convince ourselves that it was just a wild animal or a trick of the light, but deep down, we knew the truth. We had come face to face with the Jersey Devil, a creature of legend that still roams the Pine Barrens. To this day, I can't shake the memory of those glowing red eyes and the sound of that unearthly scream. I avoid the Pine Barrens, and whenever someone brings up the legend of the Jersey Devil, I feel a cold shiver run down my spine. The Jersey Devil is real, and it is still out there, a haunting reminder of the dark secrets that lurk in the shadows of our world. Growing up in the remote forests of northern Minnesota, I had always been fascinated by the tales of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit said to dwell in the wilderness, preying on those who venture too far into its domain. My grandfather, a Native American elder, would often warn us about the Wendigo, describing it as a creature with an insatiable hunger for human flesh and a cold, unyielding heart. He told us that the Wendigo could possess humans, driving them to commit unspeakable acts of cannibalism. Though I found the stories intriguing, I never truly believed them until one fateful winter changed everything. It was late January, and the temperature had plummeted to record lows. The snow lay thick on the ground, blanketing the world in an eerie silence. My friends and I, eager for adventure, decided to spend the weekend at a remote cabin deep in the woods. The cabin belonged to my friend Alex's family and was the perfect place for a winter getaway. The first night was peaceful, filled with laughter, hot cocoa, and the warmth of the fireplace. But as the second night fell, a sense of unease began to creep over us. The wind howled outside, and the trees groaned under the weight of the snow. As we settled in for the night, the temperature inside the cabin dropped dramatically despite the roaring fire. I awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps crunching in the snow outside. At first I thought it was one of my friends, but then I heard a low, guttural growl that made my blood run cold. I lay still, straining to listen, my heart pounding in my chest. The growl came again, followed by a high-pitched, wailing cry that echoed through the forest. Terrified, I crept out of bed and peeked through the window. In the dim light of the moon, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. It was tall and emaciated, with long, claw-like fingers and eyes that glowed with an unnatural light. The creature's face was gaunt, its mouth twisted into a gruesome snarl. I knew instantly what it was: Wendigo. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. I had to warn my friends. I hurried to wake them, my voice barely above a whisper. We gathered in the living room, our fear palpable. Alex, the most skeptical of the group, suggested we grab our hunting rifles and confront whatever was out there. Despite my better judgment, I agreed, not wanting to leave anyone alone in the cabin. We stepped outside, the frigid air biting at our exposed skin. The moon cast long shadows across the snow, and the forest seemed to close in around us. We scanned the tree line, our breath visible in the cold night air. Suddenly, the wailing cry echoed through the woods again, closer this time. I raised my rifle, my hands trembling. Out of the darkness, the Wendigo emerged, his eyes fixed on us with a hunger that sent chills down my spine. Alex fired a shot, but it missed, the bullet disappearing into the trees. The creature lunged at us with a speed and ferocity that took us by surprise. We stumbled back, firing wildly in a desperate attempt to fend it off. The Wendigo's claws raked across my arm, sending a searing pain through my body. I fell to the ground, my vision blurring. Through the haze of pain, I saw the creature standing over me, its breath hot and rancid. Just as it seemed ready to strike again, a loud bang rang out, and the Wendigo recoiled, shrieking in pain. Alex had managed to land a shot. Taking advantage of the moment, I scrambled to my feet, and we ran back to the cabin, slamming the door behind us. We barricaded the door with furniture, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. Outside, the Wendigo howled in fury, its cries growing more distant as the night wore on. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night, too terrified to close our eyes. When morning finally came, we cautiously ventured outside. There was no sign of the Wendigo, but the marks left on the cabin and the deep gouges in the snow were undeniable proof of our encounter. We packed up and left the cabin as quickly as we could, vowing never to return. The drive back to town was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The terror of that night stayed with us, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks in the wilderness. I never spoke of the Wendigo encounter again, but the scars on my arms serve as a constant reminder of the creature's reality. The legend of the Wendigo is more than just a story, it's a warning. There are things in the forest that defy explanation, and some doors, once open, can never be closed. Living in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, met growing up with the eerie legend of the Mothman. My grandfather would often recount the tale of the creature, describing it as a humanoid figure with large red eyes and enormous wings. According to the legend, the Mothman was a harbinger of doom, appearing before disasters and bringing misfortune to those who encountered it. Although I had always been skeptical of the stories, my perspective changed one fateful autumn night. It was late October, and the air was crisp with the scent of fallen leaves. My friends and I decided to visit the old T&T area on the outskirts of town, a place known for its eerie atmosphere and abandoned munitions bunkers. We had heard countless stories about the Mothman sightings in the area, and feeling adventurous, we wanted to see if there was any truth to the legend. We arrived just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the decaying structures. The area was overgrown with weeds, and the buildings stood in silent disrepair. As darkness fell, an uneasy feeling settled over us. The stillness of the place was unsettling, and the slightest rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made us jump. We wandered deeper into the site, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The stories we had heard began to play on our minds, and every shadow seemed to take on a sinister shape. We were about to call it a night when we heard a strange, high-pitched screech that echoed through the air. We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. A sudden gust of wind blew past us, carrying with it an unnatural chill. My friend Chris pointed his flashlight toward a distant bunker, his hand trembling. "Did you see that?" he whispered. I turned to look and caught a glimpse of something moving in the shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes staring back at us. Panic set in, and we decided to leave immediately. As we hurried back to the car, the screeching sound grew louder, closer. I glanced back and saw a large, dark figure with wings unfurling from its back. The creature's eyes glowed an eerie red, cutting through the darkness like beacons of terror. We broke into a sprint, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The creature took flight, its massive wings beating against the night air. It swooped low, and I could feel the rush of wind as it passed overhead. We reached the car and scrambled inside, locking the doors and starting the engine. As we sped away, the Mothman followed, keeping pace with the car for several terrifying moments before finally veering off into the trees. Back in town, we tried to make sense of what had happened. We were shaken and exhausted, our minds reeling from the encounter. None of us could deny what we had seen, and the legend of the Mothman took on a new, terrifying reality. In the days that followed, we noticed strange occurrences around town, unexplained accidents, power outages, and an overall sense of unease seemed to pervade Point Pleasant. It was as if the Mothman's presence had cast a shadow over the entire town. Determined to understand more, I delved into the history of the Mothman sightings. I learned about the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge in 1967, an event that many locals believe was foretold by the creature's appearance. The more I read, the more I realize that our encounter was just one of many, and the Mothman had been haunting Point Pleasant for decades. One night, while poring over old newspaper clippings, I came across a photo that made my blood run cold. It was a grainy black and white image of the Mothman, taken by a local resident in the 1960s. The eyes, the wings, the menacing presence sight was exactly what we had seen that night in the TNT area. I couldn't shake the feeling that the Mothman was watching us, waiting for the next disaster to strike. I began to notice the creature's eyes in my dreams, always watching, always waiting. The sense of impending doom was overwhelming, and I started to wonder if we had somehow brought the Mothman's curse upon ourselves. Despite my fear, I continued to research, hoping to find a way to break the cycle of terror. I spoke to other witnesses, people who had seen the Mothman and experienced its chilling presence. Each story was unique, but the underlying theme was the same. The Mothman appeared before tragedy struck. As time went on, the sightings became less frequent, but the legend never died. Point Pleasant remained under the shadow of the Mothman, a constant reminder of the unknown forces that lurk in the darkness. I moved away eventually, seeking to escape the nightmares and the sense of dread that had become a part of my life. But even now, years later, I can't forget that night in the TNT area. The Mothman still haunts my dreams, its red eyes burning into my soul. I know that somewhere, in the dark corners of the world, the creature is still out there, watching and waiting. Growing up in southern New Jersey, I had always heard the tales of the Jersey Devil. It was a story passed down through generations, a piece of local folklore that both intrigued and terrified us as kids. The Pine Barrens, a vast expanse of forested land, was said to be its home. Although I was skeptical, part of me always wondered if there was some truth to the legend. I got my answer one summer when my friends and I decided to go camping in the heart of the Pine Barrens. We arrived at our campsite in the late afternoon, the sun casting long shadows through the trees. The forest was dense and quiet, with only the occasional rustle of leaves breaking the silence. As we set up our tents and gathered firewood, we joked about the Jersey Devil, daring each other to venture deeper into the woods once night fell. As dusk settled in, we built a campfire and began to tell ghost stories. The air grew cool, and an eerie stillness descended upon the forest. Our laughter and banter gradually faded as the darkness closed in around us. We were on edge, every snap of a twig or rustle in the bushes making us jump. Around midnight, we decided to explore the forest a bit. Armed with flashlights and a sense of adventure, we ventured away from the safety of our campsite. The trees seemed to close in on us, their gnarled branches casting sinister shadows on the ground. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. We had walked for about 20 minutes when we heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from all around us. We stopped dead in our tracks, shining our flashlights into the darkness. The growl came again, louder this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the forest, searching for the source of the noise. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a pair of glowing red eyes staring at us from the shadows. I felt a chill run down my spine, and my breath caught in my throat. The eyes were set high off the ground, much higher than any animal we could think of. Before we could react, the creature stepped into the beam of my flashlight. It was massive, standing at least 7 feet tall, with leathery wings folded against its back. Its head was that of a horse, with long, sharp teeth and a pair of twisted horns. Its body was covered in dark, matted fur, and it had cloven hooves that dug into the ground as it moved. We stood frozen in terror as the Jersey Devil let out an ear-piercing screech, a sound that echoed through the forest and seemed to shake the very ground beneath our feet. The creature took a step toward us, and that was all it took to break our paralysis. We turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush in a desperate bid to escape. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees blurring as we sprinted back to our campsite. The screeching continued, growing fainter as we put distance between ourselves and the creature. We burst into the clearing where our tents were set up, breathless and shaking, and quickly doused the campfire. We huddled together, too scared to speak, listening for any sign that the Jersey Devil had followed us. The night passed in a tense, sleepless vigil. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig set our nerves on edge. But the creature did not return. As the first light of dawn filtered through the trees, we packed up our gear and left the Pine Barrens as quickly as we could, vowing never to return. In the days that followed, we struggled to come to terms with what we had seen. The encounter had shaken us to our core, and the legend of the Jersey Devil was no longer just a story to us. It was a terrifying reality, a reminder that there are things in this world that defy explanation. I tried to research more about the Jersey Devil, reading accounts of other sightings and encounters. Each story was different, but they all shared a common thread, a sense of overwhelming fear and a creature that seemed to be beyond the natural world. To this day I can't explain what we saw that night in the Pine Barrens. Some say it was a trick of the light, a product of our overactive imaginations. But I know what I saw, and the memory of those glowing red eyes and the screeching cry of the Jersey Devil will haunt me for the rest of my life. When my best friend Jason suggested a winter camping trip in the remote forests of northern Minnesota, I was initially hesitant. The idea of braving the freezing temperatures and snow-covered terrain didn't exactly appeal to me. However, Jason was persuasive, and the thought of a rugged adventure away from the hustle and bustle of city life eventually won me over. Little did I know this trip would turn into a nightmare I would never forget. We set out on a crisp January morning, the sky clear and the air biting cold. Our destination was a secluded spot deep in the wilderness, far from any trails or signs of civilization. The journey was arduous, with heavy packs and snowshoes slowing our progress, but the beauty of the pristine landscape kept our spirits high. By the time we reached our campsite, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the snow. We quickly set up our tent and built a fire, eager to warm up and cook some dinner. As darkness fell, the forest around us grew eerily silent. The only sound the crackling of the fire and the occasional snap of a twig. After dinner, we settled in for the night, huddled in our sleeping bags inside the tent. The temperature had dropped significantly, and I could feel the cold seeping through the fabric. Despite the discomfort, I eventually drifted off to sleep, lulled by the sounds of the forest. I woke abruptly in the middle of the night, a sense of unease gnawing at me. I listened intently, straining to hear any sound that might have disturbed my sleep. At first there was nothing, just the faint rustle of the wind through the trees. But then I heard a distant, mournful howl that sent a chill down my spine. I glanced over at Jason, who was still sound asleep, and debated whether to wake him. The howl came again, closer this time, and I decided it was better to have someone else awake with me. I gently shook his shoulder, whispering his name. He stirred and gradually opened his eyes, his expression quickly turning to concern as I explained what I had heard. We sat in silence, listening to the night. The howling had stopped, but the forest felt different, as if it were holding its breath. Suddenly, there was a loud crash outside the tent, followed by the sound of something heavy moving through the snow. My heart raced, and I felt a surge of fear. What could be out there in the middle of the night? Jason grabbed his flashlight and unzipped the tent, peering into the darkness. The beam of light cut through the blackness, revealing nothing but trees and snow. Just as he was about to close the tent, we heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from all around us. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard, primal and menacing. Jason turned off the flashlight and zipped the tent back up, his face pale. We both knew we were not alone, and whatever was out there was not something we wanted to confront. We sat in the darkness, our breaths shallow and our ears straining for any sound. Minutes felt like hours as we waited, the tension unbearable. Then the growling started again, followed by the sound of something large moving closer. The tent fabric rustled, and I could see a shadow pass by, blocking out the faint moonlight. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature sniffed around the tent, its hot breath visible in the cold air. I could make out a faint, sickly sweet smell, like rotting meat. I felt a surge of nausea and terror. Jason and I remained frozen, praying that whatever it was would move on. After what felt like an eternity, the growling stopped, and the creature moved away. We waited, listening intently until we were certain it was gone. Slowly, we allowed ourselves to breathe again, though the fear still lingered. Neither of us slept for the rest of the night. As soon as dawn broke, we packed up our gear and left the campsite as quickly as possible. The forest, which had seemed so beautiful and inviting the day before, now felt menacing and oppressive. We made our way back to the nearest town, both of us haunted by the night's events. Over breakfast at a local diner, we discussed what we had encountered. Jason, who had grown up hearing stories of the Wendigo malevolent spirit from Algonquian folklore that could possess and devour humans, was convinced that was what we had encountered. I was skeptical at first, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. The Wendigo was said to inhabit the northern forests, preying on those who ventured too far into its territory. The growling, the rotten smell, the feeling of being hunted, it all matched the descriptions I had read. Our experience in the wilderness had shaken us both to our cores. We decided to cut our trip short and return home, neither of us willing to risk another encounter. As we drove away, I couldn't help but glance back at the forest, wondering if the Wendigo was watching us leave, waiting for its next victims. That winter camping trip changed me. The wilderness, once a place of beauty and adventure, now held a sinister edge. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of knowing that there are things in this world that defy explanation and reason. The legend of the Wendigo was no longer just a story, it was a terrifying reality that I had faced and survived. I've always loved the great outdoors, and hiking has been my favorite escape from the daily grind. Living in the rural parts of Michigan, I had countless trails to explore. However, my passion for hiking would lead me to an encounter that forever altered my perception of the woods. It was a crisp autumn afternoon, the kind of day that makes you feel alive. The leaves were a riot of color, painting the landscape with shades of red, orange, and gold. I decided to explore a lesser-known trail that wound through a dense forest near my home. I'd heard rumors about strange sightings in this area, but I dismissed them as local legends. The first few hours of my hike were peaceful. The only sounds were the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional rustle of a squirrel darting through the underbrush. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, I felt a sudden chill in the air. The forest, once vibrant and welcoming, now seemed to close in around me. I quickened my pace, eager to reach the clearing where I planned to set up camp for the night. That's when I noticed something odd. A peculiar silence had descended upon the forest. The usual sounds of wildlife had vanished, replaced by an eerie stillness. I stopped and looked around, sensing that I wasn't alone. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. I turned my head quickly, but whatever it was had disappeared behind a tree. My heart began to race. I told myself it was just a deer or some other animal, but deep down I knew something was off. I continued on, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. The clearing was just ahead, and I wanted to reach it before darkness fell completely. As I broke through the trees, I saw the clearing bathed in the last light of the setting sun. I breathed a sigh of relief and started to unpack my gear. That's when I heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from all around me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The growl grew louder, more menacing, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of something large moving through the underbrush. I turned slowly, and that's when I saw it. Standing at the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by the shadows, was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with a muscular build covered in dark, matted fur. Its head was like that of a wolf, but its eyes glowed with an unnatural intelligence. The creature stepped forward, and I could see its claws, sharp and glinting in the fading light. It snarled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. My mind raced, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. This was no ordinary animal. It was the Dogman, a legendary cryptid that had been sighted in Michigan for decades. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like lead. The Dogman began to circle the clearing, its eyes never leaving mine. I knew I had to do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. Then, without warning, the creature lunged at me. Instinct took over, and I dove to the side, narrowly avoiding its claws. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed a large branch from the ground, brandishing it like a weapon. The dogman snarled again, this time with a hint of amusement, as if it enjoyed toying with me. We faced off, the clearing filled with an electric tension. The creature made another move, and I swung the branch with all my might. It struck the dogman's shoulder, and I heard a sickening crack. The beast howled in pain and rage, but it didn't back down. I knew I couldn't fight it off forever. My only chance was to make a run for it. Summoning every ounce of courage, I turned and sprinted towards the trail, not daring to look back. I could hear the dogman crashing through the underbrush behind me, its growls echoing through the forest. Branches whipped at my face, and my lungs burned as I ran faster than I ever thought possible. The trail seemed to stretch on forever, but I couldn't stop. I could feel the dogman gaining on me, its hot breath on the back of my neck. Just when I thought I couldn't run any further, I saw the lights of my truck in the distance. I pushed myself harder, my legs screaming in protest. I reached the truck, fumbling with the keys as I glanced over my shoulder. The dogman was there, its eyes glowing with a feral intensity. I managed to unlock the door and throw myself inside, slamming it shut just as the creature reached the truck. It clawed at the door, leaving deep gouges in the metal. I started the engine and floored the gas pedal, tearing out of the forest and leaving the dogman behind. I drove straight home, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. When I finally reached the safety of my house, I collapsed on the couch, my mind reeling from the encounter. I knew that what I had seen was real, and it had changed me forever. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I told a few close friends about my experience, but most of them were skeptical. They thought I had imagined it, or that it was just a wild animal. But I knew the truthy had come face to face with the dogman, and I was lucky to be alive. Since that night, I've never gone hiking alone again. The woods, once a place of solace and adventure, now hold a dark and terrifying memory. The dogman is out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. And I'll never forget the night I became one of the few who live to tell the tale. Growing up on the Navajo reservation in Arizona, I'd heard countless stories about Skinwalkersville witches that could transform into animals. My grandparents would share these tales around the fire, warning us to never stray too far from home at night. I listened with wide-eyed fascination, but never truly believed. That is, until one summer night changed everything. I was 18 and had just graduated high school. My friends and I decided to celebrate with a camping trip deep in the desert. We wanted to be away from the prying eyes of our parents and the small-town gossip. We loaded up a truck with supplies, and by late afternoon, we reached a secluded spot miles away from civilization. As night fell, we gathered around the fire, laughing and sharing stories. The sky was clear, the stars bright, and the air filled with the sounds of crickets and the occasional coyote howl. It was perfect until we started hearing something strange. It began with a low, guttural growl coming from the darkness beyond our campfire's glow. We brushed it off as just another coyote, but then the growl was followed by what sounded like a human voice, mimicking our laughter. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My friend Alex laughed nervously. "Probably just some kids messing with us," he said, but his eyes betrayed his unease. We decided to ignore it, hoping it would go away. An hour later, I needed to relieve myself, so I walked a short distance from the camp, flashlight in hand. As I finished, I heard a rustling in the bushes. I shone my flashlight towards the sound and froze. Standing there, just beyond the light's reach, was a coyote, but something was wrong. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow, and it was unnaturally still, watching me with an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. I slowly backed away, keeping the flashlight trained on the coyote. It didn't move. I turned and sprinted back to camp, my heart pounding in my chest. When I told my friends what I saw, they laughed it off, but I could see the fear in their eyes. We all knew the stories, and deep down, we knew what I had seen. We decided to keep the fire burning all night and took turns keeping watch. As the hours dragged on, the strange sounds, continuedrils, whispers, and the unmistakable sound of footsteps circling our camp. Each time we shone our flashlights into the darkness, we saw nothing. Around 3 a.m., it was my turn to keep watch. The fire crackled softly, and my friends were fast asleep. I was struggling to stay awake when I heard a voice calling my name. It was my mother's voice, coming from the darkness. "Tyler, come here," the voice called. My blood ran cold. I knew my mother was miles away, safe at home. I grabbed a burning log from the fire and held it out like a torch, peering into the darkness. Suddenly a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man, but not quite. His features were distorted, his eyes glowing yellow like the coyote's. He was naked, his body covered in strange, twisted symbols. He smiled, a chilling, predatory smile, and took a step towards me. I swung the burning log, and he recoiled, hissing like a snake. The fire seemed to frighten him. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice shaking. The figure's smile vanished, replaced by a look of pure hatred. He let out a guttural growl and disappeared into the darkness. I woke my friends, and we decided it was time to leave. We packed up our camp in record time, constantly looking over our shoulders. As we drove away, I looked back and saw the figure standing on a ridge, watching us with those glowing yellow eyes. For weeks after the trip, I was haunted by nightmares of the Skinwalker. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and strange things started happening around my house. Objects moving on their own, animals behaving strangely. My grandparents performed a cleansing ceremony, and slowly the feeling of dread began to lift. I never went camping in the desert again. The stories my grandparents told were no longer just tales to scare children. They were warnings. The Skinwalker was real, and I had come face to face with the evil that lurks in the darkness. Growing up in the small town of Barrow, Alaska, I'd always heard the legends of the Wendigo, an evil spirit that roams the forests, driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. My father used to warn me about the Wendigo when I was a child, saying it could possess those who were lost or starving in the wilderness. I never believed him, thinking it was just a way to keep me from wandering too far from home. That all changed one fateful winter when I was 17. It was the coldest winter in decades, and the snowdrifts were taller than most of the houses in town. My best friend, Jake, and I decided to go on a hunting trip deep into the forest. We were experienced hunters, confident in our ability to track game, even in the harshest conditions. We packed our gear and set out early in the morning, eager for the adventure. The forest was eerily quiet as we trekked through the deep snow. The trees loomed overhead, their branches heavy with ice. We found a trail of deer tracks and followed them for hours, deeper into the wilderness than we had ever gone before. As the sun began to set, we realized we were hopelessly lost. We should head back, Jake said, glancing around nervously. It's getting dark, and I don't like the feel of this place. I nodded in agreement, but as we turned to leave, a chilling wind swept through the trees, carrying with it a faint, whispering voice. It was almost as if the forest itself was speaking to us. We froze, listening intently. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, but we couldn't make out the words. "What the hell is that?" Jake muttered, his eyes wide with fear. "Probably just the wind," I said, though I didn't believe it myself. The whispers sounded disturbingly human. We quickened our pace, trying to retrace our steps, but the forest seemed to shift around us, the trees closing in. The whispers followed us, growing louder and more frenzied. Panic set in as we realized we were walking in circles, the same twisted tree appearing again and again. "We need to find shelter," Jake said, his voice trembling. "Well, freeze to death out here." We stumbled upon a small, abandoned cabin just as night fell. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, musty interior. It wasn't much, but it would keep us out of the freezing wind. We started a fire in the old stone fireplace and huddled close, trying to shake off the cold and fear. As the fire crackled, the whispers seemed to seep through the walls of the cabin. I could see the fear in Jake's eyes mirroring my own. "Do you think it's the Wendigo?" he asked in a hushed voice. I wanted to laugh it off, but the look on his face stopped me. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to stay calm and wait for morning. Maybe the storm will pass, and we can find our way back." The night dragged on, the whispers growing louder and more insistent. I could swear they were calling our names. Jake started muttering to himself, his eyes darting around the room. "We're not alone," he kept saying. "It's out there, watching us." Sometime in the middle of the night, I awoke to find Jake standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. "Jake, what are you doing?" I asked, my voice thick with sleep. "It's calling me," he said, his voice distant and hollow. "I have to go to it." "Jake." "No." I jumped up and grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away from the window, but his eyes were glazed over, and he seemed to be in a trance. With a sudden, violent shove, he knocked me to the ground and bolted out the door. I scrambled to my feet and chased after him, the freezing wind cutting through me like a knife. The whispers were deafening now, swirling around me, filling my head with a cacophony of voices. I spotted Jake up ahead, running through the snow towards the twisted tree. "Jake, stop," I shouted, but he didn't even glance back. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning with the effort. I reached him just as he collapsed at the base of the tree, his body convulsing. "Jake, please," I begged, trying to lift him, but he was ice cold to the touch. His eyes fluttered open, and for a moment I saw a flicker of recognition. "It's inside me," he whispered, his voice a raspy breath. "Run, before it takes you too." Tears streamed down my face as I realized what was happening. The Wendigo had possessed my friend, and there was nothing I could do to save him. With a heavy heart, I turned and fled, the whispers chasing me through the forest. I ran blindly through the trees, not knowing where I was going, just wanting to get away from the horror I had witnessed. By some miracle, I stumbled upon a search party from the town. They had been looking for us since the storm began. I tried to explain what had happened, but they didn't believe me. They said Jake had probably succumbed to the elements, his mind playing tricks on him. But I knew the truth. The Wendigo was real, and it had taken my friend. I never went back into the forest after that. The whispers haunted my dreams, a constant reminder of the night I lost Jake. The townsfolk said he was just another victim of the harsh Alaskan winter, but I knew better. The Wendigo was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I've always been fascinated by tales of the unknown, especially those surrounding cryptids, creatures that exist on the fringes of belief and science. Little did I know that my own encounter with one of these mysterious beings would shake me to my core. It was a cool, misty morning when I ventured into the remote woods of the Pacific Northwest. Armed with nothing but my camera and a sense of adventure, I set out to capture the beauty of nature and perhaps stumble upon a cryptid or two. As I ventured deeper into the dense forest, a sense of anticipation grew within me. The woods seemed to hum with an energy that I couldn't quite explain, as if something ancient and primal lurked just beyond the trees. That's when I heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls crunching through the underbrush. My heart skipped a beat as I strained to see through the dense foliage, my pulse quickening with every step. And then I saw a creature unlike anything I had ever seen before, standing nearly 10 feet tall, with fur-covered limbs and glowing amber eyes. It was a sight straight out of a nightmare. It was a cryptid, creature that defied all logical explanation. Fear gripped me as I watched the creature move with an eerie grace, its movements fluid and deliberate. I knew I should run, to flee from this unknown entity, and never look back. But something held me rooted to the spot, a morbid curiosity that compelled me to stay and face whatever fate awaited me. The cryptid turned its gaze towards me, its eyes locking on to mine with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I felt as if it could see right through me, peering into the depths of my soul with a gaze that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. For what felt like an eternity, he stood locked in our silent standoff, neither willing to make the first move. And then, with a suddenness that took me by surprise, the cryptid turned and vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the lingering sense of unease. As I made my way back to civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Whether it was a trick of the light or a genuine encounter with a cryptid, I may never know for sure. But one thing is certain, my brush with the unknown has left an indelible mark on my soul, a reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the dark corners of the world. And who knows, perhaps one day I will return to the woods in search of answers, to uncover the truth behind the cryptid that crossed my path on that fateful day. Until then, the memory of that encounter will stay with me, a constant reminder of the awe and terror that comes with venturing into the unknown. Growing up on the Navajo reservation, I was no stranger to tales of the supernatural, but nothing could have prepared me for the terror that awaited me one fateful night, when I encountered a Skinwalker, a malevolent shapeshifter that prowls the desert under the cover of darkness. It was a moonless night, the sky painted with a tapestry of stars as I made my way home from a friend's house. The air was thick with the scent of sagebrush, and an eerie silence hung over the desert landscape. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle of the wind, every snap of a twig sent a shiver down my spine, and I quickened my pace, eager to escape the oppressive stillness of the night. That's when I heard a sound of soft footsteps padding along behind me, matching my every move with an unnatural precision. I turned, but there was nothing there, just the empty expanse of the desert stretching out before me. Heart pounding, I continued on my way, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But the feeling of being followed persisted, growing stronger with each passing moment. And then, out of the darkness, it emerged a figure draped in shadows, its form shifting and twisting in the moonlight. It was a Skinwalker, a creature of Navajo legend, said to possess the ability to take on the form of any animal it desires. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as the Skinwalker drew closer, its eyes gleaming with a malevolent intelligence. I knew I should run, to flee from this unholy creature, and never look back. But something held me rooted to the spot, a primal fear that left me paralyzed with terror. The Skinwalker drew closer, its form flickering and shifting as it moved. I could hear its breath, ragged and labored, like the rasping of dry leaves in the wind. And then, with a suddenness that took me by surprise, it lunged. I stumbled backward, scrambling to put distance between myself and the creature. But it was too late. With a swift motion, the Skinwalker was upon me, its claws tearing into my flesh with a sickening crunch. I screamed, the sound echoing through the night as I fought against the creature's relentless assault. But it was no use. The Skinwalker was too powerful, too relentless in its pursuit of prey. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the Skinwalker vanished into the darkness, leaving me battered and bruised, but alive. As I limped home, the events of that night replayed in my mind, each moment etched into my memory with a clarity that chilled me to the bone. I knew that I had come face to face with true evil, and that the scars of that encounter would never truly heal. From that day forward, I lived in constant fear of the Skinwalker's return, haunted by the knowledge that it could strike again at any moment. And though I pray that I never encounter it again, a part of me knows that the creature's whispers will haunt me for the rest of my days. Deep in the heart of the Pacific Northwest lies a forest shrouded in mystery. It's a place where ancient secrets linger, where the trees whisper tales of creatures long forgotten. And it's where I had my own terrifying encounter with the legendary Sasquatch. It was a crisp autumn evening when I set out on a solo camping trip, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of city life and reconnect with nature. Little did I know that my peaceful retreat would soon descend into a nightmare beyond imagination. As night fell, I built a small campfire and settled in for the night, the crackling flames providing a sense of comfort in the darkness. But as I drifted off to sleep, a strange sensation washed over me, feeling of being watched. I brushed it off as nerves, attributing it to the unfamiliarity of my surroundings. But as the hours passed, the feeling only grew stronger until it was impossible to ignore. That's when I heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls crunching through the underbrush, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent a shiver down my spine. My blood ran cold as I realized that I was not alone in the forest. Tearing into the darkness, I caught a glimpse of a massive figure lurking among the trees, a creature unlike anything I had ever seen, standing nearly 10 feet tall with broad shoulders and long, shaggy fur. It was a sight straight out of legend. Fear gripped me as I watched the creature move with a primal grace, its movements fluid and deliberate. I knew I should run, to flee from this unknown entity, and never look back. But something held me rooted to the spot, a morbid curiosity that compelled me to stay and face whatever fate awaited me. The Sasquatch drew closer, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as it fixed its gaze upon me. I could feel its presence like a weight upon my chest, suffocating me with a sense of dread. For what felt like an eternity, he stood locked in our silent standoff, neither willing to make the first move. And then, with a suddenness that took me by surprise, the Sasquatch let out a deafening roar that echoed through the forest, sending birds scattering into the night sky. With that final display of dominance, the Sasquatch turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving me alone in the eerie stillness of the forest. I sat there, trembling with fear and awe, unsure of what I had just witnessed. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I packed up my camp and fled from the forest. The memory of that encounter burned into my mind like a brand. I may never know the truth behind the Sasquatch's existence, but one thing is certain: it is a force to be reckoned with, a creature of legend that walks among us in the shadows of the night. Growing up in the swamps of Louisiana, I had always heard tales of the Rougarou, a fearsome creature, said to stalk the bayous under the cover of darkness. But it wasn't until one fateful night that I came face to face with the beast that haunted my nightmares. It was a hot and humid evening when I set out on a fishing trip with my friends, eager to spend a night beneath the stars and catch some dinner. Little did I know that our excursion would soon take a terrifying turn. As we navigated the murky waters of the bayou, the air thick with the scent of mud and decay, a sense of unease settled over me. The swamp seemed to come alive with strange noises, the croak of bullfrogs, the splash of alligators, and something else, something sinister lurking in the shadows. That's when we heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps splashing through the water, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent a chill down my spine. We exchanged nervous glances, our hands tightening around our fishing poles as we strained to see through the darkness. And then, emerging from the depths of the swamp, came the creature, a hulking figure, with glowing red eyes and a snarling mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. It was the Rougarou, a creature of legend, said to be cursed to roam the bayou in search of prey. Fear gripped us as the Rougarou drew closer, its presence sending a wave of primal terror through our veins. We knew we had to act fast, to defend ourselves against this unholy beast that prowled the night. With a strength born of desperation, we fought back, hurling whatever makeshift weapons you could find at the creature. But it was no use. The Rougarou was relentless, its attacks fierce and unyielding as it closed in on us with terrifying speed. Just when it seemed that all hope was lost, a deafening roar echoed through the swamp, followed by the sound of gunfire. Through the haze of fear and adrenaline, I saw a group of hunters emerge from the shadows, their weapons trained on the creature. With a final snarl, the rougarou turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving us shaken but alive. As we made our way back to civilization, the events of that night replayed in my mind, each moment etched into my memory with a clarity that chilled me to the bone. From that day forward, I knew that the legends of the rougarou were more than just stories. They were a warning, a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the bayou. In the remote wilderness of Michigan, a creature of nightmares lurks in the shadows of being known only as the Dogman. It was on a camping trip in these untamed woods that I had my own harrowing encounter with this legendary beast. The air was crisp and cool as my friends and I set up camp for the night, the sounds of the forest coming alive around us. We laughed and joked as we roasted marshmallows over the fire, unaware of the terror that awaited us in the darkness. As night fell, a sense of unease settled over the camp, a feeling that we were not alone in the wilderness. The crackling of the fire seemed to echo louder, the rustle of leaves more ominous, as we huddled together for warmth. And then we heard the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps padding through the underbrush, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that froze us in our tracks. We strained to see through the darkness, our hearts pounding in our chests as we searched for the source of the noise. And then, emerging from the shadows, came the creature, a massive, wolf-like beast with glowing yellow eyes and razor-sharp teeth. It was the Dogman, a creature of legend, said to roam the forests of Michigan in search of prey. Fear gripped us as the Dogman drew closer, its presence sending a wave of primal terror through our veins. We knew we had to act fast, to defend ourselves against this unholy creature that prowled the night. With a strength born of desperation, we fought back, hurling whatever makeshift weapons you could find at the creature. But it was no use. The Dogman was relentless, its attacks fierce and unyielding as it closed in on us with terrifying speed. Just when it seemed that all hope was lost, a loud gunshot rang out through the night, followed by a chorus of howls and yelps. Through the haze of fear and adrenaline, I saw a group of hunters emerge from the trees, their guns trained on the creature. With a final snarl, the Dogman turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving us shaken but alive. As we made our way back to civilization, the events of that night replayed in my mind, each moment etched into my memory with a clarity that chilled me to the bone. From that day forward, I knew that the legends of the Dogman were more than just stories. They were a warning, a reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the wilderness. On a moonlit night in the heart of the Bavarian forest, I found myself face to face with a creature of myth and legend, a werewolf. It was an experience that would forever haunt my dreams and change the course of my life. I had been hiking through the dense forest, my senses alive with the sights and sounds of the wilderness, when I stumbled upon an old, abandoned cabin nestled among the trees. Intrigued, I approached the dilapidated structure, unaware of the horror that lay in wait within. As I stepped through the door, a chill ran down my spine, and I felt a sense of unease settle over me. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the walls seemed to pulse with a sinister energy. That's when I heard a sound of heavy breathing echoing through the darkness of the cabin. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, as I strained to see through the gloom. And then, emerging from the shadows, came the creature, a massive, wolf-like beast with glowing yellow eyes and bared fangs. It was a werewolf, a creature cursed to roam the night, its human form transformed into that of a savage predator under the light of the full moon. Fear gripped me as the werewolf drew closer, its eyes burning with a feral intensity. I knew I had to act fast, to defend myself against this unholy creature that prowled the night. With a strength born of desperation, I fought back, using whatever weapons I could find to fend off the beast. But it was no use. The werewolf was relentless, its attacks fierce and unyielding as it closed in on me with terrifying speed. Just when it seemed that all hope was lost, a ray of moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the cabin in an ethereal glow. In that moment I saw a glimmer of humanity in the werewolf's eyes, a fleeting moment of recognition before it turned and fled into the night. As I emerged from the cabin, shaken but alive, I knew that my life would never be the same. The encounter had changed me, leaving me with a newfound respect for the mysteries of the night and the creatures that dwell within it. From that day forward, I lived with the knowledge that werewolves were real, and that they walked among us in the shadows of the forest. And though I pray that I never encounter one again, a part of me knows that the memory of that night will stay with me forever. The air hung heavy with the smell of sage and fear. My headlamp cut a weak path through the inky blackness, revealing nothing but twisted scrub brush and the occasional glint of a quartz shard. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic counterpoint to the chirping crickets. It had been a stupid mistake, venturing out alone at night on the Navajo reservation. Earlier that day, an elder from the nearby village had warned me about the Skinwalkers, shapeshifters, he'd called them, malevolent spirits that could mimic anything, even a human voice. He'd begged me to stay close to the research camp, but the lure of a rare mineral formation, rumored to be hidden deep within the canyons, had been too strong. Now regret gnawed at me like a hungry beast. Every rustle of leaves, every distant owl call sent shivers down my spine. Then I heard it, a woman's voice, soft and pleading, calling my name from somewhere ahead. "Sarah, help me." It was my lab partner, Emily's voice, laced with panic. Without a second thought, I plunged deeper into the darkness, following the sound. The voice grew louder, more urgent, but something felt off. It was too perfect, too high pitch, not quite Emily. Suddenly the brush parted, and a figure emerged from the shadows, bathed in the weak light of my headlamp. It looked like Emily, her face pale and streaked with dirt. Relief washed over me, momentarily drowning out the lingering unease. "Emily, thank goodness you're all right." I rushed forward, my arms outstretched. The figure smiled, a smile to why, revealing sharpened teeth that gleamed in the darkness. A guttural growl erupted from its throat, a sound that ripped through any semblance of calm I had. It lunged. I stumbled backward, screaming, the realization crashing down on me like a boulder. It wasn't Emily, it was the Skinwalker, a monstrous entity wearing the skin of my friend. The chase was a blur of adrenaline and terror. The Skinwalker possessed an unnatural agility, weaving through the scrub far faster than I could hope to match. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the primal fear of being hunted kept me moving. Just when I thought I couldn't run another step, I saw a faint orange glow in the distance. It was the research camp. With a burst of renewed energy, I sprinted towards the welcome light. Pray it would be enough. As I burst into the camp, I slammed the rickety door shut behind me. Throwing the heavy bar across it, I collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My ragged breaths filled the tiny cabin, the only sound besides the pounding of my heart. Through the thin walls I could hear the frustrated snarls of the Skinwalker outside. The flimsy door creaked under its assault, but held. Dawn seemed an eternity away. As the long night slowly bled into an uncertain morning, the sounds outside finally subsided, but the experience left me forever marked. I never spoke of the incident, but the chilling memory of the Skinwalker's mimicry, the horrifying reminder of what lurked in the shadows, would forever haunt me. The towering pines whispered secrets in the crisp mountain air. Sunlight dappled the forest floor as I led my group of enthusiastic hikers deeper into the wilderness. It was a beautiful day for a trek, the kind that brought tourists flocking to the park. Little did they know the majestic pines held a secret, one that had haunted my own life for years. This very trail, nestled deep in the heart of the national park, was where I'd had my first encounter with a Sasquatch, a creature most dismissed as a myth. It was 10 years ago, and the memory still set shivers down my spine. Back then, I was a rookie ranger, eager to prove myself. We were on patrol, and we heard it, a bone-chilling roar that seemed to shake the very trees. It was unlike anything I had ever heard, a primal scream filled with raw power, and something primal. Panic gripped the team, but adrenaline kept me moving. We followed the sound, pushing through thick undergrowth, until we emerged into a clearing. There, bathed in a shaft of sunlight, stood a colossal figure. It was unlike anything I had ever seen in a textbook. Towering well over 8 feet tall, it was covered in thick, matted fur. Its eyes gleamed with an intelligence that defied its pestilent appearance. For a heart-stopping moment, our eyes locked. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the creature vanished into the thick brush, leaving behind only the lingering scent of damp earth and a deafening silence. The rest of the team laughed it off, dismissing it as a bear, but I knew better. This encounter sparked an obsession. I spent years studying Sasquatch folklore, scouring these very woods for any sign, any clue to their existence. Today, leading this group, the memory of that encounter resurfaced. As we rounded a bend in the trail, I noticed a disturbing sight. A large patch of trees had been uprooted. Their massive trunks snapped like twigs. The ground was turned up, leaving behind enormous footprints. A collective gasp rose from the group. Fear flickered in their eyes, fear that mirrored my own. Could it be? Was it here, in these very woods, again? A twig snapped behind us. I spun around, heart pounding, but saw nothing but the rustling leaves. The silence stretched, heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, came a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a low, guttural howl, the same chilling roar that had haunted me for a decade. The hikers looked at me with wide eyes, a silent plea for answers. I knew what I had to do. With a forced smile, I gripped my walkie-talkie. Looks like we have some excited wildlife out there today. Time to turn back, folks. The group, shaken but relieved, followed my lead. We retraced our steps, the howl echoing behind us, a haunting reminder of the creature that lurked unseen in the vast wilderness. Whether it was the same Sasquatch I encountered years ago, I didn't know. What I did know was that these woods held a secret, a powerful being that commanded respect and, perhaps, a healthy dose of fear. The encounter left its mark on the group, a hushed reverence replacing their initial excitement. For me, it reignited my own quiet obsession. Perhaps one day these magnificent creatures would reveal themselves, perhaps not. But the echoes of that howl in the pines would forever be a reminder of the day I came face to face with the legend of Sasquatch. Blackwood Bog had always been a place of whisper, legends, and nervous glances. The locals spoke of a monstrous creature that lurked within its murky depths, a twisted amalgam of dog and man the Dogman. We, a group of thrill-seeking teenagers, scoffed at these stories, or at least we pretended to. Tonight, under the cloak of a full moon, we decided to prove our own bravery or stupidity, depending on how you looked at it, by venturing into the swamp, armed with flashlights and a bravado that masked our simmering unease. We plunged into the oppressive darkness. The air hung heavy with the smell of decaying vegetation and stagnant water. Mosquitoes buzzed in our ears, and unseen creatures rustled in the reeds. Every creak of a branch, every splash in the water sent shivers down my spine. We waded deeper, the bog floor sucking at our boots with each step. The dense foliage overhead blocked out most of the moonlight, casting eerie shadows that danced on the water's surface. Suddenly, Sarah, at the front of the group, let out a yelp. Her flashlight beam darted wildly, illuminating a set of glowing eyes reflecting back from the darkness. A low growl, guttural and primal, echoed across the swamp. Panic surged through me. We scrambled back, tripping over exposed roots and tangled vines. The growls grew louder, closer. Then we saw it. Emerging from the gloom was a creature unlike anything I had ever imagined. It stood on its hind legs, easily taller than a man, its body a grotesque mix of canine and human. Its matted fur hung in clumps, and its eyes glowed with an eerie red light. A blood-curdling snarl ripped from its throat, and it launched itself towards us. We scattered, the primal urge for survival overriding our fear. I sprinted blindly, the sounds of crashing branches and panic shots filling the air. Behind me, I could hear the heavy thumps of the creature's pursuit, its ragged breaths hot on my heels. I burst through a thicket and stumbled into a clearing, collapsing onto the damp ground. Gasping for breath, I dared a glance back. I saw nothing but the inky blackness of the swamp, the chilling silence broken only by the distant croaking of frogs. Slowly, the weight of terror pressed down on me. Had I escaped, or was it just toying with me? We regrouped at the edge of the swamp, shaken and blooded, but alive. None of us spoke of what we had seen that night, but the shared experience forged a bond of silent understanding. Blackwood Bog held its secrets close, and the legend of the Dogman became a chilling reality for us. We never ventured back into the swamp, but the memory of that encounter, the chilling image of the monstrous creature, would forever haunt my nightmares. wind howled a mournful song outside, rattling the weathered shutters of my cabin. A full moon, fat and ominous, hung heavy in the inky sky, its silvery light casting long skeletal shadows across the snow-dusted landscape. A shiver danced down my spine, a stark contrast to the crackling warmth of the fire and the stone hearth. Tonight wasn't like any other night in the mountains. Tonight was the hunter's moon, a time whispered of in hushed tones by old-timers, a time when the veil between worlds thinned and the creatures of legend walked the earth. I scoffed at the superstition then, but now, as I settled into my worn armchair with a steaming mug of coffee, a sliver of unease gnawed at the edges of my usual stoicism. The silence, usually a welcome companion, felt heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, a sound shattered the stillness. A long, mournful howl echoed through the valley, a sound unlike anything I had ever heard. It wasn't the sharp, high-pitched call of a wolf, but a deeper, more primal howl filled with a bone-chilling rage. It sent a jolt through me, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. My hand instinctively reached for the well-worn hunting rifle that rested beside the fireplace. It was a beautiful weapon, a Winchester Model 70, passed down from my grandfather, a man who'd known these mountains like the back of his hand. Doubt flickered across my mind. Had I been foolish to come alone during this time? Dismissing the thought with a snort, I checked the chamber, the satisfying click of the lever of familiar comfort. The cabin walls, adorned with mounted trophies from past hunts, seemed to close in around me, offering little solace. As the night wore on, the howls grew closer, circling the cabin like a hungry predator stalking its prey. Each howl was followed by an unnerving silence, a silence that hummed with a latent threat. Curiosity, a trait I rarely indulge, gnawed at me. I crept towards the window, peering out cautiously through the frost-covered pane. The moonlight cast an eerie glow on the snow outside, revealing nothing but the dancing shadows of the wind-blown pines. But then I saw it, a flicker of movement at the edge of the tree line. My breath hitched in my throat. Two glowing red eyes, burning embers in the darkness, stared back at me. They were unlike any animal eyes I'd ever seen, filled with an intelligence that sent a wave of terror down my spine. A low growl rumbled through the night, a sound that vibrated through the floorboards and into my very core. The creature emerged from the shadows, a monstrous figure that defied description. It was vaguely humanoid, its body massive and powerful, covered in thick, matted fur that shimmered an unnatural silver under the moon's light. A primal scream escaped my throat, a sound quickly swallowed by the vastness of the night. The werewolf, for that's what it had to be, snarled, revealing a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs that gleamed with a deadly glint. The stench of carrion and wet earth assaulted my senses, adding another layer of horror to the scene. Fear threatened to paralyze me, but adrenaline surged through my veins, jolting me into action. I grabbed my rifle, aiming at the monstrous beast before me. This wasn't a deer or a bear. One shot was my only chance. The werewolf lunged, a blur of teeth and claws against the moonlit backdrop. I squeezed the trigger, the deafening blast echoing through the valley. I didn't wait to see if it hit. With a burst of adrenaline, I scrambled back from the window, throwing the heavy oak table against the door in a desperate attempt to barricade myself in. The rest of the night was a blur of frantic activity. The werewolf howled in frustration, its monstrous claws tearing at the sturdy wooden door. Splinters rained down from the frame, gouged out with each desperate swipe. Crouched behind the table, I held my breath, listening to the sounds of the creature's relentless assault. My mind raced, replaying the encounter, questioning my sanity. Finally, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky with streaks of pecan gold, the howls faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Relief washed over me in waves, so complete that it left. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool night air. The towering cornstalks, usually a source of pride for our family farm, now loomed ominously, their leaves rustling like unseen whispers. Tonight the power had gone out, plunging the farm into an inky blackness. I volunteered to check on the irrigation lines running through the heart of the cornfield. Armed with a flashlight and a gnawing sense of unease, I ventured into the maze of stalks. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic chirping of crickets and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. Every creak of a stalk, every flutter of a night bird sent a jolt of fear through me. The corn grew taller than me, its leaves forming a dark canopy overhead. The narrow path I created with my flashlight felt more like a tunnel, closing in on all sides. Memories of childhood stories about Bigfoot, the legendary giant ape said to roam these woods, flooded my mind. Suddenly the flashlight flickered, then died. Plunged into darkness, I fumbled for extra batteries, my heart hammering against my ribs. A low growl, guttural and primal, echoed from somewhere within the cornfield. Panic seized me. I spun around, but the darkness was all-encompassing. The growl came again, closer this time, accompanied by a snapping of branches. I stumbled back, tripping over a hidden root and crashing to the ground. Terror choked my scream. I lay there, gasping for breath, fear paralyzing me. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a faint outline, a massive shape moving through the corn stalks. A pungent, musky odor filled my nostrils, unlike anything I had ever encountered. The snapping of branches intensified, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps coming towards me. Tears streamed down my face as I fumbled for my phone, its dim screen offering a sliver of hope. With shaking hands, I managed to dial 911, the silence broken only by the low hum of the dial tone. "Hello, help," I shrieked into the receiver, my voice a ragged plea, but there was no answer, only static. The call dropped. Just then a massive hand, covered in thick fur and coarse hair, reached down and grasped my arm. I let out a blood-curdling scream, the sound swallowed by the endless rows of corn. The giant figure pulled me up, its strength immense. I caught a glimpse of a hulking silhouette, vaguely humanoid, but far larger than any man. Terror choked off any further scream. The creature held me for a heart-stopping moment, then with surprising gentleness placed me back on the ground. It stood there for a beat longer, its presence overwhelming, then turned and vanished back into the depths of the cornfield. Left alone in the darkness, I scrambled to my feet, my legs shaking uncontrollably. I sprinted blindly through the cornfield, the sound of my own ragged breaths filling my ears. Finally, I burst out of the cornfield, collapsing onto the dew-covered grass outside. Tears streamed down my face, a mixture of relief and terror. The power returned later that morning, bathing the farm in a comforting light. But the memory of that night, the encounter with the unseen giant, would forever linger, The whispers in the cornfield became a chilling reminder of a secret held within its depths, a secret I dared not speak of. The wind howled like a banshee outside, rattling the old windows of the cottage. Rain lashed against the stone walls, a relentless drumming that seemed to seep into my very bones. I huddled deeper into my armchair, the crackling fire casting dancing shadows on the walls. The isolation of the moors was both inspiring and unsettling. It was the perfect setting for my new Gothic novel, a tale of dark secrets and otherworldly beings. But tonight, the isolation felt oppressive, the vast emptiness outside pressing in on the tiny cottage. As I sipped my tea, a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. I glanced towards the window, but saw only the swirling mist outside. Dismissing it as a trick of the shadows, I returned to my manuscript. However, the feeling of being watched persisted. A prickling sensation crawled up my spine, and I couldn't shake the sense of unseen eyes upon me. I put down my pen, the silence in the room becoming deafening. Suddenly, a cold draught swept through the room, extinguishing the fire in the hearth. The cottage plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the sliver of moon fighting its way through the thick clouds. Panic surged through me. I fumbled for a lighter, its flame a tiny beacon against the encroaching darkness. As I lit a nearby candle, I caught a glimpse of something move in the corner of my eye. A faint, insubstantial figure stood there, a shadowy outline barely discernible against the darkness. It had no features, no eyes, just an empty black shape that seemed to absorb the light around it. A scream died in my throat, my breath hitched, and I felt the room temperature plummet. The shadow person, as they were called in local folklore, remained motionless, its presence a suffocating weight on my chest. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then, as abruptly as it appeared, the shadow person vanished. The cold air dissipated, replaced by the warmth of the rekindled fire. Shaken to my core, I collapsed onto the couch, tears streaming down my face. Rationality fought with a primal fear that gripped me. Was it just a trick of the mind, brought on by the isolation and my overactive imagination? But the lingering sense of dread, the cold spot in the corner where the figure stood, told a different story. I spent the rest of the night huddled beneath a blanket, the sound of the wind and rain a constant reminder of the unsettling encounter. The next morning, the mist had cleared, revealing the desolate beauty of the moors, but the memory of the shadow person lingered, a chilling reminder of the secrets that lurked within the ancient stones and the hidden corners of the moors. The experience would find its way into my novel, adding a layer of unsettling realism to the story. However, it also planted a seed of doubt in my mind. Was there more to the world than meets the eye? And were the stories, whispered in hushed tones about the shadow people, just a little too real? The air hung thick with the smell of damp earth and stale air. My headlamp pierced the inky blackness of the abandoned subway tunnel, revealing nothing but crumbling concrete walls adorned with faded graffiti and the occasional rusted pipe. The rhythmic drip-drip of water echoed through the cavernous space, the only sound besides the ragged thud of my own heartbeat. I wasn't supposed to be here. These tunnels, long abandoned after a catastrophic flood, were officially off limits. But for me, Alex, the thrill of the unknown outweighed any potential danger. Tonight's exploration was fueled by whispers of something more sinister lurking in these depths. The crawlers, monstrous humanoid creatures, pale and eyeless, said to inhabit the damp darkness, feeding on anything unfortunate enough to cross their path. Most dismissed them as urban legends, but a part of me, the part that craved a good scare, hoped for a glimpse of something, anything. The tunnel narrowed, the uneven ground littered with debris, rusted tracks, broken bricks, and the skeletal remains of something long dead. My foot snagged on a loose wire, sending a jolt of electricity through my body. I stumbled, cursing under my breath, as I reached for my backpack to grab a spare bulb from my headlamp. A sound echoed from the darkness ahead, a low, guttural scraping, like claws dragging on concrete. My blood ran cold. The stories about the crawlers suddenly felt far too real. I froze, the silence after the scraping sound amplifying the pounding of my heart. Then I saw it, a flicker of movement in the distance, a pale, elongated shape scuttling along the tunnel wall. Panic surged through me, erasing any lingering doubts. It was a crawler, its body a grotesque parody of a human, its limbs long and spindly, its skin a sickly, translucent white. Terror fueled my actions. I scrambled back, my headlamp catching the creature's eyeless face, a gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. It let out a blood-curdling shriek, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. Adrenaline coursing through my veins, I bolted, the sound of my own ragged breaths and pounding feet echoing through the tunnel. Behind me, I could hear the scraping sound growing louder, the creature in hot pursuit. I pushed myself harder, lungs burning, legs screaming in protest. Finally, a faint light appeared in the distance, the exit. With a burst of energy, I surged forward, throwing myself through the opening and slamming the heavy metal gate shut behind me. Gasping for breath, I collapsed onto the dusty concrete floor, the sounds of the city echoing above. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo celebrating my narrow escape. The encounter left me shaken, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk beneath the surface of even the most familiar places. The crawlers may be just a legend to some, but for me, they were a chilling reality, a memory that would forever haunt my explorations of the forgotten corners of the city. The sun beat down on my neck as I guided the group of kayakers across the glassy surface of the lake. Laughter and excited chatter filled the air, a pleasant contrast to the usual quiet serenity of this hidden gem. The lake, known for its crystal-clear water and vibrant fish population, was a popular spot for kayaking and fishing. Today I was leading a tour of its lesser-known coves, tucked away amidst towering pines and rocky cliffs. As we paddled deeper into a secluded inlet, a hush fell over the group. The towering trees cast long shadows on the water, creating an atmosphere of hushed anticipation. Suddenly, Sarah, a young woman in the back of the group, let out a startled gasp. Her paddle dipped into the water, sending ripples across the previously still surface. Her eyes were wide with terror as she pointed towards the center of the cove. "There, did you see that?" she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. I followed her gaze, but saw nothing but the shimmery reflection of the sky on the water. However, a prickling sensation danced down my spine. "See what, Sarah?" I asked, trying to sound calm despite the growing unease in my gut. "A shadow," she murmured, "a huge one, just beneath the surface." The other kayakers murmured amongst themselves, some skeptical, others visibly shaken. Just then the water in the center of the cove erupted. A monstrous shape, long and sinuous, broke the surface. A collective gasp escaped the group as they witnessed the creature for themselves. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. Its body, a dark, serpentine form, was easily the size of a large truck. Its head, vaguely reptilian, emerged from the water, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes that fixated on us with chilling intelligence. Panic surged through the group. Paddles churned the water as everyone tried to move away from the monstrous creature. It let out a deafening roar, a sound that resonated through the very bones of my body. Fear threatened to paralyze me, but adrenaline kicked in. Blowing my whistle, I shouted instructions, directing the group towards the narrow outlet of the cove, the only escape route. The creature seemed to understand our panic. It thrashed in the water, causing waves to rock our kayaks precariously. I could hear the terrified screams of the kayakers as they fought to maintain control of their vessels. Finally, we reached the outlet. Relief washed over me as we paddled furiously back towards the open water. I didn't dare look back, but the chilling memory of those glowing eyes and the raw power of the creature remained seared into my mind. Back at the dock, shaken but unharmed, the group recounted their encounter with a mix of disbelief and terror. News of the lake monster spread like wildfire, turning the once tranquil lake into a place of legend and fear. The Park Service, under pressure from concerned citizens, declared the cove off limits. But for me, the encounter remained a chilling reminder that the depths of even the most beautiful lakes hold secrets best left undisturbed. The air hung heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth as we navigated the winding trail. The full moon bathed the forest floor in an ethereal light, casting long shadows that danced with every rustle of leaves. My group, a mix of excited college students and curious families, peppered me with questions about the local legends. As a park ranger, I knew all about the stories whispered around campfires, tales of Bigfoot sightings and strange lights in the sky. But one legend held a particular weight, the legend of the Hocking Hills werewolf, a creature said to roam these woods under the cloak of darkness, a monstrous fusion of man and beast. Of course, I dismissed it all as folklore, a way to spook tourists. But tonight, a prickling unease crawled down my spine as we venture deeper into the heart of the forest. Then we heard it, a long, mournful howl that echoed through the trees, a sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. It wasn't the howl of a lone coyote. It was something far deeper, more primal. The group froze, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. My own heart pounded in my chest, a drumbeat against the sudden silence that followed the howl. "Just a coyote," I stammered, trying to sound confident despite the unease twisting my gut. But the silence stretched on, broken only by the frantic chirping of startled insects. Then a twig snapped in the distance. Panic surged through the group. I grabbed my flashlight, its beam cutting a weak path through the dense foliage. "Stay together," I commanded, my voice strained. "Don't wander off the trail." We continued on, the forest pressing in on us like a malevolent force. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through our small group. Then we saw it, a hulking figure emerged from the undergrowth, bathed in the moonlight, its eyes blowing embers in the darkness, locked on us with a predatory intensity. Its body, a grotesque combination of man and wolf, rippled with power. The werewolf let out another bone-chilling howl, a sound that seemed to shake the very trees. Terror took hold, the group scattered, their screams echoing through the night. I knew I had to act fast. Remembering a ranger training session, I grabbed a handful of flares from my backpack and ignited them. The sudden burst of light momentarily startled the creature. Using the opportunity, I yelled for the group to regroup at the trailhead. We sprinted back, fueled by pure adrenaline, the howls of the werewolf echoing behind us. We reached the trailhead, panting and shaken, and huddled together until park rangers arrived, alerted by the screams and flares. Back at the ranger station, safe and sound, the encounter still felt like a horrifying nightmare. The howl of the werewolf, the chilling sight of its monstrous form, would forever be etched in my memory. The legend of the Hocking Hills werewolf might be just a story, but that night, in the heart of the ancient forest, it became a terrifying reality. Sweat trickled down my forehead as I navigated the labyrinthine swamp, my boot sinking into the muddy ground with every step. The air was thick with humidity, the stench of decaying vegetation clinging to my clothes. Mosquitoes buzzed relentlessly around my head, and unseen creatures rustled in the dense foliage, sending shivers down my spine. Despite the discomfort, a thrill of excitement coursed through me. This was my element, the untamed wilderness where nature reigned supreme. My camera, a trusty companion on countless expeditions, hung heavy around my neck. My primary target, the elusive cottonmouth snake, a local legend known for its aggressive behavior and venomous bite. As I ventured deeper into the swamp, the sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy of cypress trees overhead. An unsettling silence descended, broken only by the occasional splash of a startled frog. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind me. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. Slowly, I turned, scanning the dense foliage for any sign of movement. There, in the shadows between the trees, I saw it. A hulking figure stood on its hind legs, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural red light that reflected off the murky water. It was a dogman, a monstrous creature whispered about in local folklore, a hair-covered bipedal beast, with the savage instincts of a dog and the strength of a bear. Terror flooded my veins. I knew the stories, tales of missing livestock, and the occasional unfortunate soul who vanished into the swamp, never to be seen again. The dogman let out a low growl, a sound that vibrated through the very air. I fumbled with my camera strap, desperately trying to free it. A camera flash was my only hope, a chance to momentarily startle the creature. Just as I managed to yank the camera free, the dogman lunged. I screamed, raising the camera in front of me. A blinding flash erupted, momentarily illuminating the creature's grotesque form. The dogman recoiled from the sudden light, its growl turning into a startled yell. I seized the opportunity and bolted, adrenaline propelling me forward. I plunged deeper into the swamp, ignoring the stinging mosquito bites and the treacherous terrain. The sounds of crashing branches and heavy footsteps told me the dogman was in pursuit. Tears streamed down my face as I pushed myself to the limit, my lungs burning. Finally, I emerged from the dense brush onto a clearing. In the distance, I spotted the familiar wooden planks of a swamp boardwalk. Scrambling onto the boardwalk, I didn't dare look back. I sprinted towards the rickety wooden bridge that led back to civilization, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Reaching the bridge, I collapsed onto the rough planks, gasping for breath. Behind me, the sounds of pursuit had faded. The encounter left me shaken to the core. The image of the Dogman, its glowing eyes and menacing presence, would forever be etched in my memory. The swamp held its secrets close, and the legend of the Dogman, once just a campfire story, became a chilling reality I would never forget. The sun peeked through the dense canopy of towering pines, casting dappled light on the forest floor. The crisp mountain air filled my lungs with each labored breath as I ascended the treacherous mountain trail. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool temperature, a testament to the physical exertion of the climb. Solitude was my companion. The only sound the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the rocky path and the distant gurgling of a hidden stream. I was no stranger to the wilderness. Years of mountain climbing had honed my skills and instilled in me a deep respect for the untamed beauty of nature. Yet a nagging unease prickled at the back of my mind. This particular region was shrouded in legend whispers of a giant, hairy humanoid creature said to roam these remote mountains. The locals called it Sasquatch, a mythical beast dismissed by most as a figment of overactive imaginations. Despite my skepticism, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of nervous anticipation through me. As the day wore on, the temperature dropped, and a thick mist rolled in, obscuring the already limited visibility. The path narrowed, becoming a treacherous scramble over moss-covered rocks and fallen logs. Suddenly, a loud, guttural cry echoed through the valley, a sound unlike anything I had ever heard. It was a primal yell, a mixture of frustration and anger that sent shivers down my spine. My heart hammered against my ribs as I froze, every survival instinct screaming at me to run. But a morbid curiosity, a need to unravel the mystery, kept me rooted to the spot. Straining my ears, I tried to pinpoint the source of the sound. Then I saw it, a massive, shadowy figure lumbering through the mist towards me. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. Towering over 10 feet tall and covered in thick fur, the creature moved with surprising agility despite its size. Its eyes, glowing embers in the mist, locked onto me with an unnerving intensity. Terror threatened to paralyze me, but a primal urge for survival kicked in. I scrambled back, my boot slipping on the loose rocks. The creature let out another earth-shattering roar, the sound echoing through the valley. It charged towards me, its massive form a terrifying blur in the swirling mist. Panic fueled my movements. I stumbled back, desperately searching for an escape route. Just then I spotted a narrow crevice in the rock face, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. With a final burst of adrenaline, I dove into the crevice, scraping against the rough rock edges. The creature reached the opening, its frustrated roar filling the narrow space. But thankfully, it was too large to fit through. Huddled inside the crevice, gasping for breath, I listened to the creature's enraged bellows, fade into the distance. As the adrenaline subsided, a wave of exhaustion washed over me. Emerging from the crevice, when the mist finally cleared, I looked around with a mixture of relief and dread. The encounter left me shaken, the image of the Sasquatch forever etched in my memory. The legend might be real, a truth whispered by the wind through the towering pines, and I, a solitary climber, had come face to face with the wildman of the mountain. Excitement bubbled within me as I gazed out the dusty car window. The unfamiliar landscape of the Navajo Nation reservation stretching out before me. This was my first time visiting my grandmother, a woman steeped in the traditions and legends of her people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and purple, we reached my grandmother's modest adobe house. A warm smile lit up her wrinkled face. She embraced me, her welcome as comforting as the scent of freshly baked fry bread that filled the air. Over steaming mugs of herbal tea, I listened intently as my grandmother recounted stories passed down through generations, tales of bravery and resilience, but also of dark creatures that lurked at the fringes of human existence, the Lushi, or Skinwalkers. Skinwalkers, according to the legends, were powerful shapeshifters who could assume the form of any animal. They were said to be malevolent beings driven by greed and a thirst for power. Part of me dismissed these stories as mere folklore, a way to explain the unknown. But a sliver of unease lingered in the back of my mind. The next morning, my grandmother entrusted me with a small pouch containing a sacred herb, a safeguard against evil spirits. Her words, "Be wary of the twilight, child," echoed in my ears. Intrigued by the vast reservation land, I ventured out for a walk after breakfast. The setting sun cast long shadows, and the air grew strangely quiet. As twilight descended, a sense of unease settled over me. Suddenly, a raven landed on a nearby rock, its obsidian eyes fixed on me. Ravens were considered messengers of the Skinwalker in Navajo lore. My heart hammered against my ribs as the raven caught a harsh, unsettling sound. Then I saw it, a large coyote, emerge from the brush, its fur an unnatural shade of black. Its eyes, unlike any coyote I'd ever seen, glowed with an unsettling intelligence. A primal fear gripped me. My grandmother's warnings flooded back to me. This was no ordinary coyote. It was a skinwalker in disguise. The creature began to approach, its movements fluid and predatory. I fumbled with the pouch, my hand trembling as I retrieved the sacred herb. As the skinwalker lunged, I threw the herb into the air, its pungent aroma filling the twilight air. The creature recoiled, its guttural snarl echoing through the stillness. For a tense moment, we locked eyes. Then, with a final menacing growl, the skinwalker turned and vanished into the gathering darkness. Relief washed over me, leaving me weak and trembling. The encounter left an indelible mark on me, a chilling reminder of the power of ancient legends and the creatures that lurked in the shadows. Sweat trickled down my forehead as I hacked through the thick undergrowth, my machete a dull thud against the resilient vines. The oppressive humidity hung heavy in the air, making every breath feel like a labor. Behind me, my team of seasoned researchers followed suit, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. We were on a mission to uncover the secrets of a legendary lost city rumored to exist within the heart of the Amazon El Dorado, the city of gold. For years, the existence of El Dorado had been dismissed as a mere myth, a figment of the conquistadors' imaginations. But a series of recent discoveries, ancient artifacts, and indecipherable symbols hinted at a hidden civilization deep within the rainforest. Our days were filled with the drudgery of navigating the treacherous terrain, documenting flora and fauna, and searching for any sign of the lost city. Nights were spent huddled around crackling campfires, the symphony of the rainforest a constant lullaby. One particularly humid night, as I sat hunched over a map by the flickering firelight, a low growl pierced the cacophony of nocturnal creatures. The sound wasn't the guttural roar of a jaguar or the piercing shriek of a howler monkey. It was something else entirely, deep, guttural rumble that sent shivers down my spine. A wave of unease washed over the camp. We grabbed flashlights and machetes, our hearts pounding in unison. Slowly we ventured towards the source of the sound, our senses on high alert. The jungle seemed to press in on us, the dense foliage swallowing the meager light cast by our flashlights. The air grew thick with an unspoken tension, broken only by the frantic beating of our hearts. Then we saw it, a pair of glowing eyes, emerald green and reptilian, emerge from the depths of the jungle. The creature moved with an unsettling grace, its massive form hidden by the shadows. It wasn't a jaguar, nor any animal I had ever encountered in my years studying the Amazon. Its silhouette hinted at something far more ancient, something out of legend. A collective gasp escaped our lips. Could this be the guardian of El Dorado, a creature whispered about in local folklore, the Mapinguari, a monstrous beast said to roam the deepest parts of the rainforest? Before we could react, the creature let out another earth-shattering growl and vanished back into the darkness. We stood there, frozen in place, the encounter leaving us speechless. The sighting of the Mapinguari, if that's what it was, ignited a spark of fear and curiosity within our team. Was it a figment of our imagination, fueled by the isolation and the pursuit of a lost city, or was it a genuine cryptid, a living legend guarding the secrets of El Dorado? The mystery remained unsolved, but the encounter left a profound impact. The Amazon rainforest, once a vast and fascinating ecosystem, now felt like a place of hidden dangers and unsolved enigmas. Our search for El Dorado continued, but with a newfound respect for the secrets this ancient jungle held close. The question lingered, were we searching for a city of gold, or had we stumbled upon something far more extraordinary, a creature of legend guarding a truth lost to time? The biting wind whipped at my face as I stood on the deck of the research vessel, the icy spray of the lock stinging my exposed skin. Beside me, my team huddled together, their faces a mixture of excitement and apprehension. We were on the cusp of history. Years of research, countless sonar scans, and endless speculation had brought us here to Loch Ness, a legendary body of water rumored to be home to a monstrous creature. I, Dr. Alastair Campbell, a man of science, had always approached the myth of the Loch Ness Monster with a healthy dose of skepticism, but the recent sonar pings, the blurry underwater photographs, something was amiss in the murky depths of the loch. Today we were deploying a new state-of-the-art submersible drone, equipped with powerful cameras and sonar technology. Our mission: to finally capture definitive proof of the creature's existence. As the drone plunged into the inky black water, a hush fell over the crew. We huddled around the monitor, the flickering screen our only window into the depths. The initial view was a monotonous expanse of darkness, broken only by the occasional flash of bioluminescent plankton. But then a flicker on the screen caught my eye. A long, dark shape, unlike anything I had ever seen on sonar before, moved with surprising speed through the water. The drone followed, its cameras struggling to pierce the gloom. Suddenly, the shape emerged from the shadows. A massive, serpentine neck broke the surface of the water, its head obscured by the swirling mist. It was unlike any known creature, long, sleek, and powerful, with eyes that glinted an eerie green in the depths. The crew erupted in a cacophony of gasps and shouts. This was it, the Loch Ness Monster, the elusive beast of legend revealed in all its terrifying glory. The creature, sensing the drone, let out a deafening bellow that echoed through the mist. It surged towards the drone, its massive form dwarfing the submersible in size. Panic seized me. We needed to get the drone back to the surface before it was crushed by the creature's immense power. With trembling hands, I maneuvered the controls, guiding the drone back towards the safety of the research vessel. The creature followed, its massive head breaking the surface again, its eyes locked on the retreating drone. Then, with a final thunderous splash, it vanished back into the depths of the loch. We retrieved the drone, our hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and elation. The footage was undeniable, a clear video of the Loch Ness Monster, not a grainy photograph or an ambiguous sonar ping. Back at the lab, the scientific community was abuzz. Our discovery made headlines worldwide, forever changing the perception of Loch Ness. The legend, once relegated to folklore, became a reality. The experience left me forever changed. As a scientist, I finally had my proof, but as a human being, I was left with a chilling sense of awe and respect for the mysteries that reside beneath the surface in the cold, dark depths of Loch Ness.
Growing up in rural Wisconsin, we heard all kinds of local legends, but none were as chilling as the tale of the Beast of Bray Road. Some said it was a werewolf, others called it a cryptid, but everyone agreed on one thing: it was something to be feared. I never gave it much thought, chalking it up to overactive imaginations and local lore. That all changed one summer night when I came face to face with the beast. It was a humid July evening, and I was driving home from my friend Lisa's house. We had stayed up late watching movies and chatting about our upcoming senior year of high school. I took the long way home, a route that led me down Bray Road. The road was a narrow, winding path through dense woods, with barely any streetlights to guide the way. As I drove, I rolled down the windows, letting the cool night air flow through the car. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. I was lost in my thoughts, the hum of the engine and the chirping of crickets, my only companions. Suddenly, my headlights caught something on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but as I got closer, I realized it was much larger. It was crouched down, its back to me, and I could see matted fur covering its massive frame. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowed the car, trying to get a better look. The creature turned its head, and I caught a glimpse of glowing yellow eyes. My breath caught in my throat. This was no ordinary animal. It stood up on its hind legs, towering over my car, its face a grotesque mix of human and wolf-like features. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move or even breathe. The beast let out a low growl, a sound that vibrated through the air and sent chills down my spine. It bared its sharp teeth, its lips curling back in a snarl. For a moment, we were locked in a silent standoff, my car idling in the middle of the road, the beast standing menacingly before me. In a flash, it lunged at the car. I snapped out of my daze and slammed on the gas, tires screeching as I sped away. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the beast chasing me, its powerful limbs propelling it forward with terrifying speed. I pushed the car as fast as it would go, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. The beast kept pace with me, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It swiped at the back of the car, its claws scraping against the metal with a screech. I swerved, trying to shake it off, but it was relentless. Just when I thought it would catch me, it suddenly stopped, standing in the middle of the road, watching me as I sped away. I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my driveway, my heart racing and my mind reeling from what I had just experienced. I burst into the house, breathless and shaking, waking my parents with my frantic entrance. They were skeptical at first, thinking I had imagined it or been the victim of a prank. But the scratches on the back of the car told a different story. The next day, we reported the incident to the local authorities. They took my statement but didn't seem convinced, chalking it up to a wild animal encounter. But I knew what I had seen. The beast of Bray Road was real, and it had nearly caught me. Word spread quickly through our small town, and I became something of a local celebrity. Some people believed me, sharing their own stories of strange sightings and encounters on Bray Road. Others were more skeptical, dismissing it as a tall tale. But every time I drove down that road, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The memory of those glowing yellow eyes haunting my thoughts. Over the years, I've done a lot of research into the beast of Bray Road. There have been sightings dating back decades, with descriptions eerily similar to my own. Some believe it's a werewolf, others think it's a cryptid, and a few even suggest it might be a government experiment gone wrong. Whatever it is, it's out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next encounter. I still live in Wisconsin, though I've moved away from Bray Road. But every now and then, I drive past the old turnoff, a shiver running down my spine as I remember that fateful night. I always make sure to roll up my windows and keep my eyes on the road, just in case the beast decides to make another appearance. The legend of the beast of Bray Road continues to grow, with new sightings and stories emerging every year. Some people hunt for it, hoping to catch a glimpse of the creature or even capture proof of its existence. But I've learned to leave well enough alone. The beast is a part of the wilderness, a reminder of the mysteries and dangers that still lurk in the dark corners of our world. Growing up in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, tales of the Jersey Devil were as common as ghost stories around a campfire. My friends and I would often laugh about the legend, dismissing it as a product of overactive imaginations and local folklore. But one night, an encounter in those dark woods changed my perception forever. It was a cool October evening, and my friends and I had decided to go camping in the Pine Barrens. We set up our tents in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, the dense forest closing in around us. As the sun set, we built a fire and sat around it, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. As the night wore on, the conversation inevitably turned to the Jersey Devil. Jake, always the joker, started making eerie noises and scratching at the ground with a stick, trying to spook us. We laughed it off, but there was an underlying tension in the air, a sense of unease that none of us could shake. Around midnight, we decided to call it a night. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a dim, flickering light. I crawled into my sleeping bag, the sounds of the forest filling my ears. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, and somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. I closed my eyes, trying to drift off to sleep. Just as I was about to doze off, I heard a strange noise. It was a high-pitched screech, unlike anything I had ever heard before. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest. My friends were already awake, their eyes wide with fear. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, straining to listen. The screech came again, closer this time. It was followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, crunching through the underbrush. We grabbed our flashlights and shone them into the darkness, but the beams barely penetrated the thick foliage. "Maybe it's just an animal," Jake suggested, but his voice lacked its usual bravado. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and the forest fell eerily silent. We held our breath, waiting. Then, out of nowhere, a figure burst through the trees and into our campsite. It was tall, with leathery wings and glowing red eyes. Its face was twisted into a grotesque snarl, and it had long, clawed hands. We screamed, scrambling to our feet and backing away. The creature let out another ear-piercing screech and lunged at us. I tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground, my flashlight skittering away. The thing was on me in an instant, its hot breath on my face and its claws digging into my shoulders. I looked up to see Jake holding a flare gun, the bright light still burning. He had fired it just in time, scaring the creature away. We didn't waste any time. We grabbed our things and ran, not stopping until we reached the safety of the road. We reported the encounter to the local authorities, but they were skeptical, attributing our experience to wild imaginations and the influence of local legends. But we knew what we had seen. The Jersey Devil was real, and it was out there lurking in the Pine Barrens. In the days that followed, we all struggled to come to terms with what had happened. We avoided the woods, and our once carefree camping trips came to an end. The encounter left us with a deep-seated fear, a constant reminder of the dark and unknown forces that exist just beyond the edge of our understanding. Years have passed since that night, but the memory is still vivid in my mind. I've done extensive research on the Jersey Devil, uncovering countless sightings and stories that span centuries. Each account shares common details: the leathery wings, the glowing red eyes, and the blood-curdling screech. I've come to believe that the Jersey Devil is more than just a local legend. It's a part of the Pine Barrens, a mysterious and terrifying entity that has haunted the region for generations. Some say it was born from a curse, others believe it to be a cryptid, but one thing is certain: it is real, and it is dangerous. Despite my fear, I developed a strange fascination with the creature. I continued to study it, hoping to uncover the truth behind its origins and its existence. But I know better than to venture back into those woods. The Jersey Devil is a force to be reckoned with, and I have no desire to come face to face with it again. As for my friends, we still keep in touch, bound by the shared trauma of that night. We've all moved on with our lives, but the encounter left a mark on us that will never fade. It's a reminder of the things that lurk in the darkness, waiting for the unsuspecting to wander too close. So if you ever find yourself in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, remember our story. Stay on the trails, stick to the daylight, and never venture into the woods alone. The Jersey Devil is out there, and it's always watching. Story 27. The Loup-Garou. Growing up in the heart of Louisiana, I was no stranger to the rich tapestry of local legends and folklore. Tales of voodoo, haunted plantations, and mysterious creatures filled my childhood. But none were as chilling as the legend of the Loup-Garou, the Cajun werewolf. I always dismissed it as mere superstition until one fateful night shattered my disbelief. It was late summer, and the swamp was alive with the sounds of crickets and croaking frogs. My friends and I had decided to spend the weekend at a remote cabin deep in the bayou, eager for a few days of fishing, barbecuing, and telling ghost stories by the fire. The journey there was uneventful, though the deeper we ventured, the thicker the air seemed to become, heavy with humidity and the scent of decaying vegetation. The first night passed peacefully. We fished during the day, pulling in catfish and bass, and spent the evening cooking our catch and sharing beers around the fire. As darkness fell, the conversation inevitably turned to local legends. Robbie, always the storyteller, brought up the loop guru. "Y'all ever heard of the loop guru?" he asked, his voice low and dramatic. "It's a werewolf that roams these parts. They say it was cursed by a voodoo priestess and is forced to transform every full moon." We laughed, dismissing it as just another ghost story. But as the night wore on and the shadows deepened, I couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. The full moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the swamp. Around midnight, I decided to take a walk to clear my head. The others were still around the fire, their laughter fading as I moved away from the cabin. The swamp was eerily quiet, the usual chorus of nocturnal creatures silenced. I walked along a narrow path, the only light coming from my flashlight and the dim glow of the moon. As I ventured further, I heard a rustling in the underbrush. I stopped, shining my flashlight towards the noise. At first, I saw nothing but the dense foliage. Then, a pair of glowing yellow eyes appeared, staring back at me from the darkness. My heart pounded as I slowly backed away. The eyes moved closer, and I caught a glimpse of the creature. It was huge, easily 7 feet tall, with matted fur and long, sharp claws. Its face was a grotesque mix of human and wolf, with a snout filled with razor-sharp teeth. I turned and ran, my flashlight bouncing wildly as I stumbled through the underbrush. The creature let out a blood-curdling howl and gave chase. I could hear its heavy footsteps behind me, gaining ground with terrifying speed. I burst into the clearing where our cabin stood, screaming for help. My friends jumped up, startled and confused, but there was no time to explain. The creature crashed through the trees, its eyes glowing with a feral hunger. Robbie grabbed a shotgun from the cabin and fired a warning shot into the air. The creature hesitated, its eyes flickering between us and the dark woods. Then, with a snarl, it turned and disappeared into the swamp. We stood there, panting and shaken, the reality of what had just happened sinking in. We spent the rest of the night huddled inside the cabin, weapons at the ready, jumping at every noise. None of us slept a wink, too terrified to close our eyes. The next morning, we decided to pack up and leave. As we loaded the truck, we found deep claw marks gouged into the wooden porch and the ground around the cabin. Whatever the creature was, it was real, and it had come dangerously close to making us its prey. We drove back to town in silence, each of us lost in our thoughts. The legend of the Loop Guru was no longer just a story. It was a living nightmare that we had barely escaped. I spent hours researching, trying to understand what we had encountered. The more I read, the more convinced I became that the creature we saw was indeed the Loop Guru. Local legends described the Loop Guru as a cursed being, transformed by dark magic, and condemned to roam the swamps in search of human flesh. Some stories claimed that the curse could be broken by speaking the creature's name aloud, and invoking the name of the voodoo priestess who cursed it. Others said the only way to stop it was to kill it with a silver bullet. Weeks turned into months, and the memory of that night began to fade, though the fear never entirely left me. I stopped going into the swamp, haunted by the glowing eyes and the blood-curdling howl. My friends and I drifted apart, the shared trauma driving a wedge between us. Then, one evening, I received a call from Robbie. His voice was shaky, and I could hear the fear in his words. "It's back," he said. "I saw it again, near my house. We need to do something." Reluctantly, I agreed to help. We gathered the old group and armed ourselves with whatever weapons we could find. Robbie had managed to get his hands on a silver bullet, hoping the legends were true. We returned to the swamp, our nerves on edge. The sun was setting, and the full moon was already rising, casting long shadows across the landscape. We set up a makeshift camp, waiting for the creature to appear. Hours passed, and just when we were beginning to think it wouldn't show, we heard the familiar rustling in the underbrush. The glowing eyes appeared once more, and the Loop Guru stepped into the clearing. Robbie took aim with the silver bullet, his hands shaking. The creature snarled and lunged at him, but just as it was about to reach him, he fired. The bullet struck the creature in the chest, and it let out a horrifying scream. It writhed on the ground, its form shifting and changing. The fur receded, the claws retracted, and before our eyes, it transformed into a man. He lay there, gasping for breath, a look of relief mixed with pain on his face. "Thank you," he whispered, but before closing his eyes for the last time. We stood there in stunned silence, trying to process what had just happened. The legend of the Loop Guru was real, and we had just broken its curse. As we left the swamp, I couldn't help but feel a sense of closure. The nightmare was over, but the memory would stay with me forever. To this day, I tell the story of the Loop Guru to anyone who will listen, hoping to keep the legend alive. It's a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of our understanding and the power of belief. Living in the Southwest, I'd heard countless stories about skinwalkers, the shape-shifting witches of Navajo legend. These tales were whispered in hushed tones, warning of the malevolent beings that could transform into animals, to wreak havoc on their victims. I always thought they were just superstitions until the night I encountered one. It was a crisp autumn evening, and I was driving home from a weekend camping trip in the desert. The sun had just set, and the sky was painted with shades of deep orange and purple. The road was deserted, stretching out endlessly through the barren landscape. As I drove, my mind wandered to the stories I'd heard. My Navajo friend, Tom, had told me about his grandmother's encounter with the Skinwalker. He described how the creature had appeared as a coyote, stalking her for miles before disappearing into the night. Despite the eerie nature of his tale, I had laughed it off, attributing it to folklore. But as darkness enveloped the desert, an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. The headlights of my car illuminated the road ahead, but the vast emptiness around me felt oppressive. I turned on the radio to break the silence, but the static only heightened my unease. I was about an hour from home when I noticed a figure in the distance. At first, I thought it was a coyote, its silhouette barely visible against the fading light. But as I got closer, I realized it was much larger than any coyote I'd ever seen. My heart began to race as the figure moved onto the road, forcing me to slow down. It stood there, staring at my car with glowing yellow eyes. I felt a chill run down my spine as I met its gaze. Something about those eyes felt disturbingly human. I honked the horn, hoping to scare it away, but the creature didn't budge. Instead, it began to change. Its limbs elongated, its fur receded, and before my eyes, it transformed into a tall, gaunt figure, cloaked in tattered robes. The figure raised a hand, and I could see long, sharp claws glinting in the headlights. Panic surged through me. I slammed on the gas, swerving around the figure and speeding down the road. In the rearview mirror, I saw it drop to all fours and give chase, its speed unnaturally fast. I drove recklessly, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. The creature kept pace, its form shifting between human and animal as it pursued me. I could hear its guttural growls over the roar of the engine. Desperation set in. I remembered Tom's advice. If you ever encounter a skinwalker, you must confront it and say its name. But I had no idea who or what this creature was. I had to think of something else. Up ahead, I saw a small bridge spanning a dry creek bed. An idea struck me. I accelerated, aiming for the bridge, and just as I crossed it, I yanked the wheel to the side, skidding to a stop. The creature, caught off guard, leaped into the creek bed and disappeared from view. I didn't wait to see if it would reappear. I floored the gas pedal and sped away, not stopping until I reached the safety of my home. I bolted the door behind me, my heart still pounding. I called Tom and recounted what had happened. He listened in silence, and when I finished, he told me to stay inside and not to open the door for anyone that night. The hours crawled by, and I jumped at every sound. Around midnight, there was a knock at the door. I froze, fear gripping me. The knock came again, louder this time. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaking. "It's Tom," came the reply. But something was off. The voice sounded distorted, unnatural. I remembered Tom's warning and stayed put. The knocking grew more insistent, and the voice continued to call my name, begging me to let it in. I ignored it, praying it would go away. Eventually, the knocking stopped. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching a kitchen knife and waiting for dawn. When the first light of day broke, I finally felt safe enough to open the door. There were no signs of anyone outside, but deep claw marks were gouged into the wood of the door. I shuddered, realizing how close I'd come to letting the creature inside. I called Tom again, and he came over to cleanse my house with sage and prayers. He told me that skinwalkers were drawn to fear and that I needed to remain strong and vigilant. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and I heard strange noises at night. I avoided the desert roads and stayed close to home, hoping the creature would lose interest. One evening, about a week after the encounter, I saw the glowing yellow eyes again, this time outside my bedroom window. I confronted it, shouting into the darkness, "I know what you are. Leave me alone." The eyes blinked, and the creature let out a low growl before disappearing into the night. I haven't seen it since, but the memory of that night still haunts me. The legend of the Skinwalker is no longer just a story to me. It's a chilling reality that lurks in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I had always loved camping. The serenity of the woods, the crisp air, and the sense of adventure always drew me in. That all changed during one fateful trip to the forests of Michigan, where I encountered the legendary Dogman. It was early autumn when my friends and I decided to take a weekend trip to a secluded campsite near the Manistee National Forest. We were a group of 6, myself, my best friend Mark, his girlfriend Lisa, and 3 other close friends Sarah, Dave, and Jen. We had all heard the local legends about the Dogman, a werewolf-like creature, said to haunt the area, but we laughed them off as mere folklore. The first day of our trip was perfect. We set up our tents, fished in a nearby stream, and enjoyed a hearty dinner around the campfire. As night fell, we sat around the fire, sharing ghost stories and laughing about the absurdity of the Dogman legend. Little did we know, we were about to experience a terror beyond our wildest nightmares. Around midnight, the laughter died down, and we decided to call it a night. We retreated to our tents, and soon, the forest was silent, except for the gentle rustling of leaves. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to echo through the trees. I sat up, my heart pounding. The growl came again, closer this time. I glanced over at Mark, who was in the tent next to mine. His silhouette was visible through the fabric, and I could tell he was awake and alert. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. "Yeah," he replied, his voice tense. "Stay quiet." The growling grew louder, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps crunching through the underbrush. I felt a chill run down my spine. Whatever was out there, it was big. Suddenly, a blood-curdling howl pierced the night. It was unlike anything I had ever heard, deep, primal, and filled with a terrifying rage. The other tent stirred, and I could hear my friends murmuring in fear. "What the hell is that?" Lisa whispered, her voice shaking. "I don't know," Mark replied. "But it sounds like it's getting closer." The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, there was an eerie silence. Then, without warning, something massive slammed into the side of my tent, nearly knocking it over. I screamed and scrambled to the back, trying to put as much distance between myself and the creature as possible. Through the thin fabric, I could see a hulking figure, its eyes glowing a menacing yellow. It sniffed the air, and I could hear its labored breathing. The smell of wet fur and decay filled the tent, making me gag. "Everyone, stay in your tents," Mark shouted. "Don't move." The creature moved on, stalking around the campsite. It stopped in front of Mark and Lisa's tent, and I heard them holding their breath. The beast let out another bone-chilling howl, then slowly circled the other tents, sniffing and growling. For what felt like an eternity, we sat frozen in fear, listening to the creature as it prowled around our campsite. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the footsteps began to fade, and the growling grew distant. We waited in silence, too terrified to move. Eventually, Mark unzipped his tent and peered out. "I think it's gone," he whispered. One by one, we emerged from our tents, our faces pale with fear. The fire had long since died out, leaving us in near total darkness. Mark grabbed a flashlight and scanned the area. The beam of light revealed deep claw marks gouged into the ground and the sides of our tents. "What the hell was that thing?" Dave asked, his voice trembling. "I don't know," Mark said, shaking his head. "But we need to get out of here." We quickly packed up our gear, our movements hurried and frantic. The sense of unease was palpable, and we couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. As we made our way back to our cars, the forest seemed to close in around us, the shadows deepening, and the sounds of the night growing louder. We reached the parking area just as dawn was breaking. The sight of our cars brought a flood of relief, and we hurried to load our gear and get out of there. As we drove away, I glanced back at the forest, half expecting to see the creature watching us. But there was nothing, just the silent, brooding trees. In the days that followed, we tried to make sense of what had happened. We scoured the internet for information about the Dogman and read countless accounts of similar encounters. It seemed that we were not alone in our experience. Many others had reported seeing the beast, always in the same region, always under the cover of darkness. Mark and I visited a local historian who specialized in Michigan folklore. He told us that the Dogman legend dated back to the early settlers and Native American tribes. According to the stories, the creature was a shapeshifter, a protector of the land, who would appear whenever its territory was threatened. Whether or not the Dogman was real, one thing was certain: something had stalked us in those woods. The experience left us shaken, and we vowed never to return to that campsite. To this day, the memory of that night lingers in my mind. The glowing eyes, the growls, the sense of impending doom, it all feels like a nightmare that I can't escape. Whenever I hear a howl in the distance or see shadows moving in the woods, I'm reminded of the Dogman and the terror we faced. Some might say it was just a wild animal, a figment of our imagination, fueled by fear and legend. But deep down I know the truth. The Dogman is real, and it's out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next prey. Growing up on a Navajo reservation, I had heard countless stories about skinwalkers. These malevolent witches could transform into animals and wreak havoc on anyone unfortunate enough to cross their path. I always thought they were just tales to scare children until the night I encountered one myself. It was a cold winter evening, and I had just returned home from a long day at the community center where I worked. My family lived in a small, remote house near the edge of the reservation, surrounded by dense forest. That night, my parents were away visiting relatives, leaving me alone in the house. After finishing dinner, I decided to relax with a book by the fire. The wind howled outside, and the temperature continued to drop. I was just beginning to doze off when a loud, eerie howl pierced the night. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up, straining to hear. The howl came again, closer this time. It was unlike any animal sound I had ever heard, deep, guttural, and filled with a sense of malevolence. I felt a chill run down my spine, and quickly got up to check the doors and windows, making sure they were all locked. As I peered out the window, I saw movement at the edge of the forest. A shadowy figure stood just beyond the tree line, watching the house. My breath caught in my throat as I recognized the shape of a large, black wolf. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow in the darkness, and it stared at me with an unsettling intensity. I quickly drew the curtains, my mind racing. The stories of skinwalkers flooded back to me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched by something far more sinister than a regular wolf. I grabbed my phone and tried to call my parents, but the call wouldn't go through. The signal was weak in this remote area, and I was cut off from the outside world. The wolf howled again, and I heard the sound of claws scratching against the wooden walls of the house. Panic set in, and I began to pace, trying to figure out what to do. The scratching grew louder, more insistent, as if the creature was trying to find a way inside. I remembered the advice of an elder from the reservation. Skinwalkers were known to fear and respect certain traditional rituals and protections. I rummaged through the house, looking for anything that could help. In a small wooden box, I found a pouch of blessed corn pollen and a bundle of sage. With trembling hands, I spread the corn pollen around the doors and windows, chanting a protective prayer I had learned as a child. I lit the sage and waved it through the air, filling the house with its pungent, cleansing scent. The scratching stopped, and for a moment, the night was silent. I dared to hope that the ritual had worked, but then the howling resumed, louder and more menacing than before. The wolf was joined by other Shapaskoyotes, foxes, and owlsaw with glowing eyes and an aura of malevolence. They circled the house, their eyes fixed on me. I dared to hope that the ritual had worked, but then the howling resumed, louder and more menacing than before. The wolf was joined by other Shapaskoyotes, foxes, and owlsaw with glowing eyes and an aura of malevolence. They circled the house, their eyes fixed on me. Desperation set in, and I retreated to my bedroom, barricading the door with furniture. I could hear the animals outside, scratching and howling, their voices blending into a cacophony of terror. I huddled in the corner, clutching the pouch of corn pollen and praying for dawn. The hours dragged on, and sleep was impossible. I kept my eyes fixed on the door, half expecting it to burst open at any moment. The howl outside grew more frenzied, as if the creatures were growing impatient. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, the howling ceased. The forest fell silent, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. I cautiously emerged from my room, my heart still pounding. I looked out the window and saw no trace of the animals. The ground around the house was covered in claw marks and tufts of fur, but the creatures were gone. I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gathered my things, eager to leave the house and seek safety with my family. I drove to my aunt's house, my mind still reeling from the night's events. When I arrived, I told her and my cousins everything that had happened. They listened with grave expressions and nodded knowingly. "You encountered a skinwalker," my aunt said. "They are drawn to fear and negativity. It is good you use the corn pollen and sage, but you must also protect your spirit." She gave me a necklace with a turquoise pendant, blessed by the tribe's medicine man, and instructed me to wear it at all times. The turquoise was believed to ward off evil spirits and bring protection. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. I was constantly on edge, always looking over my shoulder. The sense of being watched never fully left me, and I often woke up in the middle of the night, haunted by dreams of glowing eyes and howling beasts. One evening, I visited the elder who had taught me the protective rituals. I told him about my encounter, and he listened intently, his eyes full of wisdom and concern. "Skinwalkers are powerful beings," he said. "They feed on fear and can only be defeated by confronting them with courage and strength. You must find inner peace and balance. Only then will you be truly protected." He taught me more about the traditional practices of our people, emphasizing the importance of staying connected to our heritage and the natural world. With his guidance, I began to meditate and participate in community rituals, seeking to strengthen my spirit and resolve. Over time, the nightmares faded, and the sense of dread lessened. I became more attuned to the rhythms of nature and the teachings of my ancestors. The necklace my aunt had given me never left my neck, and I felt a growing sense of protection and peace. Years later, I returned to the forest where I had encountered the Skinwalker. Armed with my newfound knowledge and inner strength, I faced the memories of that terrifying night head-on. The forest no longer seemed as menacing. Instead, it felt like a place of mystery and ancient wisdom. The legend of the Skinwalker remains a powerful reminder of the unseen forces that exist in our world. While some may dismiss these stories as mere superstition, I know better. My encounter with the Skinwalker taught me to respect the unknown and to find strength in my heritage and traditions. I've always loved hiking and exploring the great outdoors. Living in the Pacific Northwest, I had countless opportunities to lose myself in the lush forests and rugged mountains. It heard the local legends about Sasquatch, but I never gave them much thought. That changed one fateful weekend when my friends and I decided to go on a camping trip in the Olympic National Forest. There were 4 of us: Jake, Sarah, Tom, and me. We were all seasoned hikers and campers, eager to spend a few days away from civilization. We packed our gear, planned our route, and set off early one Friday morning. The weather was perfect: clear skies and a gentle breeze, the kind of conditions that make you feel alive and free. We hiked for several hours, following a trail that led us deep into the heart of the forest. The scenery was breathtaking, with towering trees, crystal clear streams, and an abundance of wildlife. We set up camp near a small clearing by a stream, feeling confident and excited about our adventure. As evening fell, we gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and laughter. The conversation inevitably turned to the local legends, and Jake brought up the tale of Sasquatch. According to the stories, the creature was a massive, ape-like being that roamed the forests, rarely seen, but always watching. "Come on, Jake, you don't really believe in that stuff, do you?" Sarah teased. Jake shrugged. "I don't know. There have been a lot of sightings over the years. It's possible there's something out there." We all laughed it off, but there was a hint of unease in the air. The forest seemed to grow darker and more mysterious, the shadows lengthening as the fire crackled and popped. That night, I woke up to a strange noise outside my tent. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I had ever heard before. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay still, straining to hear more. The growl was followed by heavy footsteps, the kind that could only belong to something very large. I unzipped my tent just enough to peek outside. The campfire had died down to embers, casting a dim, eerie glow over the clearing. My breath caught in my throat as I saw a massive silhouette moving through the trees at the edge of our campsite. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, and covered in dark, matted hair. I must have made a noise, because the figure stopped and turned towards me. In the faint light, I could see its eyes glowing a dull red, filled with an intelligence that sent chills down my spine. The creature stared at me for what felt like an eternity, and then it let out another low growl, this time louder and more menacing. Panic set in, and I quickly retreated into my tent, zipping it up as quietly as I could. I listened intently, my heart racing, but the growls and footsteps gradually faded away. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and when morning finally came, I told my friends what I had seen. Jake and Tom were skeptical, thinking I had just imagined it, but Sarah believed me. "There's something out there," she said, her voice trembling. I heard it too. Despite the unsettling encounter, we decided to continue our hike, sticking together and staying close to the trail. As the day went on, we couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest, once a place of beauty and peace, now felt ominous and threatening. That evening, we set up camp again, but none of us felt like sitting around the fire. We ate in silence, our eyes constantly darting towards the shadows. The air was thick with tension, and as night fell, the forest grew eerily quiet. Around midnight, the noises started again. This time, it wasn't just growls and footsteps. We heard branches snap, leaves rustling, and the unmistakable sound of something large moving through the trees. The creature was back, and it was getting closer. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, followed by a scream. It was Tom. We rushed out of our tents to find him on the ground, a large rock lying nearby. Blood was trickling down his forehead, and his eyes were wide with terror. "It's real," he whispered, barely able to speak. "It's coming for us." We helped Tom back into his tent, doing our best to treat his wound. But the fear had taken hold of all of us. We knew we couldn't stay there. We needed to leave, to get as far away from the creature as possible. With Tom injured, we had to move slowly and carefully. We packed up our gear and started hiking back towards the trailhead, using our flashlights to guide us through the darkness. The noises followed us the entire way, growing louder and more aggressive. At one point, I glanced back and saw the creature again, its glowing eyes piercing through the night. It was closer this time, and I could feel its malevolent presence bearing down on us. I urged my friends to move faster, but it was no use. The creature was gaining on us. Just as we thought we couldn't go any further, we stumbled upon an old, abandoned cabin. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but it was our only hope. We hurried inside, barricading the door and windows as best we could. The creature circled the cabin, growling and scratching at the walls. We huddled together, praying that it wouldn't find a way in. Hours passed, and the sounds grew more distant, but we knew it was still out there, waiting. When dawn finally broke, we cautiously emerged from the cabin. The forest was quiet, and there was no sign of the creature. We made our way back to the trailhead as quickly as we could, never once letting our guard down. We reported our encounter to the local authorities, but they dismissed our story as a product of overactive imaginations and fear. But we knew the truth. The Sasquatch was real, and it was out there, lurking in the shadows. The experience changed us all. We never spoke of it again, but we each carried the memory with us, a constant reminder of the dark, hidden forces that exist in the world. I still love the outdoors, but I'm always wary, always watching. Because I know that some legends are real, and the Sasquatch is one of them. I had always been skeptical about the existence of cryptids, considering them to be nothing more than urban legends and figments of overactive imaginations. However, an incident that occurred during a camping trip in northern Michigan changed my perspective forever. It was the height of summer when my friends and I decided to escape the city's heat and enjoy a weekend in the cool, dense woods of the Manistee National Forest. There were 5 of us: Jason, Emily, Trevor, Leela, and me. We were all seasoned campers, familiar with the area, and eager to relax in nature's embrace. Our campsite was perfect, nestled in a secluded area near a clear, babbling brook. We spent the first day hiking, fishing, and setting up our tents. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and telling ghost stories. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, creating an almost magical atmosphere. The conversation eventually turned to local legends, and Trevor, the storyteller of our group, brought up the tale of the Michigan Dogman. According to the legend, the Dogman was a creature with the body of a man and the head of a dog, standing over 7 feet tall and covered in dark fur. It was said to be extremely aggressive, attacking anyone who ventured too close to its territory. "Come on, Trevor, you don't really believe in that stuff, do you?" Leela scoffed, her laughter echoing through the trees. Trevor shrugged. "I'm just saying, we should be careful. There have been numerous sightings over the years." We all laughed it off, but a sense of unease lingered in the air. The night grew darker, the firelight casting flickering shadows that danced on the trees around us. Eventually, we retired to our tents, ready for a good night's sleep after a long day. I woke up in the middle of the night to an odd sound. It was a low, rumbling growl, unlike any animal I had ever heard before. My heart began to race as I strained to listen. The growl was followed by the sound of something large moving just outside my tent, cast an eerie glow over the campsite, illuminating a massive, dark figure standing near the fire pit. It was easily 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a head that was distinctly canine. My breath caught in my throat as the creature's glowing eyes locked onto mine. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then, the creature let out a bone-chilling howl and began to move towards my tent. Panic set in, and I quickly zipped up the tent, hoping it would lose interest. My mind raced with fear and disbelief. This couldn't be happening. The Dogman was just a myth, wasn't it? I heard Jason stir in his tent nearby. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "Yeah," I replied, my voice barely audible. "There's something out there." We lay in silence, listening as the creature continued to move around the campsite. It sniffed at the tents, growling and scratching at the ground. I could hear my friends whispering in their tents, all of us paralyzed with fear. Hours passed, and the noises eventually faded away. When dawn finally broke, we emerged from our tents, exhausted and shaken. The campsite was eerily quiet, the morning light casting long shadows over the trees. There were large, deep footprints around the campfire, confirming that what we had experienced was real. We decided to cut our trip short and head back to civilization. As we packed up our gear, we couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest, once a place of peace and beauty, now felt oppressive and threatening. On the hike back to our car, we heard strange noises in the distance, low growls and snapping branches. We moved quickly, our senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig, sent waves of anxiety through us. Once we reached the safety of our vehicle, we drove back to town without looking back. We reported our encounter to the local authorities, but they were skeptical, dismissing it as a case of mistaken identity or an overactive imagination. But we knew what we had seen. The Dogman was real, and it had marked its territory that night. The experience left a deep scar on all of us. We rarely spoke of it, but the memory lingered, a constant reminder of the unknown horrors that lurk in the shadows of the world. I still enjoy camping and hiking, but I'm always cautious, always aware that the legends might hold more truth than we're willing to admit. Every time I venture into the wilderness, I'm reminded of that fateful night, and I can't help but feel a chill run down my spine. Because somewhere in the dark, dense woods of Michigan, the Dogman is still out there, watching, waiting, and guarding its domain. When we reached our campsite, we hastily packed our gear, too scared to stay another moment. We drove through the night, the desert landscape a blur outside the windows. None of us spoke, the horror of what we had witnessed too fresh in our minds. We returned to civilization, but the experience left a lasting impact on all of us. We tried to rationalize what we had seen, but deep down, we knew the truth. We had encountered a Skinwalker, a being from ancient legend that defied all logic and reason. The memory of that night still haunts me. Every time I hear a coyote howl, I am transported back to that ravine, the creature's glowing eyes burning into my soul. I now understand why the Navajo speak of the Skinwalker with such fear and reverence. Some legends, it seems, are all too real. Growing up in the heart of Arizona, I had always heard tales of the Skinwalker, shape-shifting witch. From Navajo legend, that could assume the form of any animal or human. As kids, my friends and I would scare each other with stories of these terrifying beings, but none of us ever believed they were real. That changed for me during a trip to the Painted Desert, where I encountered something that still haunts my dreams. It was the summer after high school graduation, and my friends and I decided to go on one last adventure before parting ways for college. We planned a week-long camping trip in the Painted Desert, a place known for its stunning landscapes and ancient history. There were 4 of us: Kevin, Lisa, Rachel, and me. The first few days were amazing. We hiked through breathtaking canyons, explored ancient ruins, and watched the sunset paint the desert in vibrant hues of red and orange. On the 4th night, we decided to camp near an old Navajo site that Kevin had read about. The site was said to be haunted, but we dismissed it as nothing more than superstition. As night fell, we built a campfire and sat around it, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. The sky was clear, and the stars shone brightly above us. It was a perfect night, or so we thought, Around midnight, we heard a distant howl. At first, we thought it was a coyote, but the sound was unlike any animal we had ever heard. It was low, guttural, and seemed to echo through the desert. We exchanged uneasy glances, trying to laugh it off, but the atmosphere had changed. The once comforting darkness now felt menacing. Kevin, always the adventurous one, suggested we investigate. Despite our better judgment, we grabbed our flashlights and set off in the direction of the sound. The desert was eerily silent, the only noise being the crunch of our footsteps on the dry ground. We reached a small ravine and saw something that made our blood run cold. In the dim light, we spotted a figure crouching by a rock. It looked like a man, but something was off. Its limbs were too long, its movements too fluid and animalistic. It seemed to sense our presence and slowly turned to face us. The creature's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its face contorted into a hideous grin. Without warning, it stood up and began to shift. Its body elongated, bones cracking and reforming, as it transformed into a large coyote. We stood frozen in terror, unable to comprehend what we were seeing. Kevin, breaking the spell, whispered, "Run!" We turned and sprinted back to our campsite, our hearts pounding in our chests. The creature didn't follow, but we could feel its eyes watching us, a malevolent presence lurking in the darkness. The wind howled around me, a mournful symphony that sent shivers down my spine. I pulled my jacket tighter, regretting my decision to embark on this solo hike across the desolate Dartmoor moors. The day's adventures had left me exhausted, but the thought of spending another night in the cramped hostel dorm had been unbearable. So here I was, alone with the elements, a tiny speck of humanity, dwarfed by the immensity of the moors. As I crested a hill, the full moon peeked through the clouds, bathing the landscape in an ethereal silver light. The gnarled branches of ancient trees reached out like skeletal fingers, and the silence was broken only by the occasional rustle in the heather. Suddenly a sound pierced the stillness, a long, mournful howl that echoed across the moors. It wasn't the howl of a wolf, a sound I was familiar with from documentaries. This howl was deeper, more guttural, filled with an unsettling, primal rage. A wave of terror washed over me. My mind raced with stories I'd heard about the Barghest, a spectral hound said to roam the moors, a harbinger of death and misfortune. I quickened my pace, my breath coming out in ragged gasps. The howl came again, closer this time, and a dark shape emerged from the shadows behind a cluster of rocks. My heart hammered against my ribs as I froze in place. The Barghest, if that's what it was a monstrous creature, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It resembled a giant black dog, with glowing red eyes and a body that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. The creature let out a low growl, the sound vibrating through me. I knew I had to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. Then, as if sensing my fear, the Barghest began to walk towards me, its every step silent and deliberate. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the inevitable attack. But the attack never came. Instead, I heard the faint sound of a distant church bell tolling the midnight hour. The Barghest paused, its head cocked as if listening to the sound. Then, with a final, ear-splitting howl, the creature turned and vanished back into the darkness. I stood there, trembling, until the sound of its fading howl died away. Slowly, the tension drained from my body, leaving me weak and exhausted. I didn't wait for the sun to rise. Ignoring the ache in my muscles, I turned and began the long trek. Back to the hostel, the memory of the Barghest forever etched in my mind. The experience left me shaken, but strangely exhilarated. I had come face to face with the creature of legend, and I had lived to tell the tale. The vast expanse of Dartmoor, once a place of solitude, now held a new kind of magic, the magic of the unknown, the thrill of the encounter with the unseen. Boredom gnawed at me like a persistent mosquito. School was out, and the usual games of hide and seek with my friends held no appeal today. Restless, I wandered out of the village, drawn by the babbling of a hidden stream I'd stumbled upon on one of my previous explorations. The stream, a ribbon of crystal clear water, snaked through a dense grove of bamboo. It was a place of tranquility, the only sound other than the water, the chirping of unseen birds. As I perched on a smooth rock, dangling my feet over the water, a peculiar movement caught my eye. A small, reptilian head bobbed above the surface, its large, saucer-like eyes staring directly at me. It was a kappa, a mischievous water spirit from Japanese folklore. My heart hammered against my ribs, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through me. The kappa, its body covered in a greenish-brown leathery skin, emerged from the water, balancing on a rock with surprising agility. It held a bowl-like indentation on top of its head, filled with water. I had heard stories of the kappa, playful yet dangerous creatures, who lured unsuspecting children to the water and drowned them, stealing the water from their heads to replenish their own. But something about this particular kappa intrigued me. It didn't appear as menacing as the stories described. It simply stared at me with an almost curious gaze. Hesitantly, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a rice cake, a traditional offering to appease the kappa. I tossed it onto the bank, near the water. The kappa's eyes widened in surprise. It glanced at the rice cake, then back at me. With surprising dexterity, it reached out a long, webbed hand and snatched the offering. It gobbled down the rice cake with the sound of delight, then bowed its head in a manner that could almost be construed as gratitude. To my astonishment, the kappa began to speak, its voice high-pitched and raspy. "Thank you for the offering, young one. You are braver than most." A nervous giggle escaped my lips. I didn't mean any harm." The kappa chuckled, a sound like gurgling water. "And I mean you none. But be careful, child. The water holds secrets, and curiosity can be a double-edged sword." The kappa dipped its head back into the stream, a mischievous glint in its eyes. "Perhaps another time," it croaked, then vanished with a splash. I sat there, bewildered by the encounter. The kappa, a creature of legend, had not kidnapped me or stolen the water from my head. Instead, it had engaged in a brief exchange, a cryptic warning veiled in its parting words. From that day on, my visits to the stream were filled with a newfound respect. The kappa, a mischievous yet strangely endearing creature, had become a reminder of the hidden magic that lurked just beneath the surface of the ordinary world. But I never forgot the kappa's warning. Curiosity could be a dangerous thing, especially when it led you to the secrets of beings that belong to the realm of folklore. My boots crunched on the dry needles as I walked deeper into the dense pine forest, the setting sun casting long, eerie shadows. I was following an old, overgrown trail, hoping to find a hidden cave rumored to be a sacred site for the Navajo people. According to the stories I'd been told, the cave contained ancient petroglyphs depicting the history and legends of the tribe. It was a long shot, but I was determined to find it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into semi-darkness, a sense of unease settled over me. The rustling of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl seemed amplified in the stillness. Suddenly, a low growl pierced the air, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. The fur on the back of my neck stood on end as I spun around, searching the darkening forest for the source of the sound. There was nothing but shadows, the towering pines casting grotesque shapes in the fading light. Taking a deep breath, I tried to convince myself it was just a coyote, a common sound in these parts. But something didn't feel right. The silence that followed the growl was thick and oppressive, broken only by the frantic beating of my heart. Then, I heard them whispers. Soft, guttural voices that seemed to emanate from all around me, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. Panic surged through me. There were no other people around, and the whispers sounded unnatural, almost inhuman. I remembered the stories of the Yi Naldlushii, the Skinwalkers. Powerful Navajo shapeshifters who could assume the form of any animal. My heart hammered against my ribs as I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness like a weak sword. I started to walk, my pace quickening with every unsettling rustle in the undergrowth. The whispers followed me, growing more insistent, filled with an unsettling malice. Every shadow seemed to take the form of a menacing creature, every snap of a twig a portent of danger. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes emerged from the darkness, burning like embers in the night. A large, lanky creature emerged from behind a tree, its silhouette vaguely canine, but impossibly large. It was a skinwalker in the flesh or whatever passed for flesh in these creatures. Fear paralyzed me, my scream dying in my throat. But just as the creature lunged, a loud, piercing cry broke through the stillness. A lone bird, a majestic golden eagle, soared overhead, its cry echoing through the forest. As if startled by the eagle, the skinwalker froze, its eyes locked on the soaring bird. Then, with a final, menacing growl, it turned and vanished back into the darkness. The whispers faded away with it, leaving me alone in the silent forest. I stood there, trembling, until the first rays of dawn broke through the pines. Shaken but unharmed, I retraced my steps back to the main road. The cave remained unfound, but the encounter left an indelible mark on me. The forest held a power I hadn't anticipated, and the whispers of the skinwalker served as a chilling reminder of the ancient legends and the creatures that lurked on the fringes of reality. An exhilarating sense of adventure filled me as I hiked along the winding mountain path. The crisp morning air invigorated me, and the breathtaking panorama of the Drakensberg Mountains unfolded before me like a tapestry woven from nature's finest threads. My mission was to document the region's unique plant life, many of them undiscovered by the scientific community. Each step deeper into the wilderness was a step towards uncovering the secrets held within this ancient ecosystem. Lost in the beauty of my surroundings, I strayed from the marked path, lured by the promise of a rare flower peeking from behind a rocky outcrop. Time seemed to slip away as I meticulously documented my discovery, sketching its delicate petals and vibrant colors in my field notebook. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the valleys, a wave of panic washed over me. I had become disoriented, the familiar landmarks obscured by the gathering darkness. Lost and alone, a sense of dread crept into my heart. The Drakensberg Mountains were notorious for their unpredictable weather and treacherous terrain. Nightfall arrived swiftly, blanketing the mountains in an inky blackness. The symphony of birdsong was replaced by the eerie chirping of nocturnal insects and the occasional howl of a distant predator. I huddled beneath a rocky overhang, shivering in the cold mountain air. Fear gnawed at me, fueled by the stories whispered around campfires. Stories of the Imbanji, a shape-shifting serpent said to lure unsuspecting travelers astray. Just as despair threatened to consume me, a sound pierced the silence, a hauntingly beautiful melody, like a flute played on the wind. The music was hypnotic, filled with an otherworldly charm that both soothed and chilled me to the bone. Curiosity battling fear, I followed the sound, its source, leading me deeper into the labyrinthine paths of the mountains. The melody grew louder, culminating in a clearing bathed in the ethereal glow of bioluminescent fungi. In the center of the clearing, coiled around a gnarled tree trunk, was a magnificent creature, unlike anything I had ever seen. It was a serpent, but its scales shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and its large eyes glowed with an intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. This was the Imbanji, the legendary shapeshifter. But instead of the monstrous predator I had envisioned, it seemed almostwise. The music swelled, a final flourish before fading away. The Imbanji uncoiled from the tree, its serpentine form gliding towards me with surprising grace. I braced myself, ready for the attack. But the Imbanji merely stopped a few feet away, its gaze fixed on me. Then, to my utter astonishment, it spoke. Its voice was a raspy whisper, yet it resonated with a strange power. "You are lost, little one," it said. I could only nod, speechless in the face of this magnificent creature. The Imbanji tilted its head, a gesture I somehow interpreted as understanding. Then, with another melodious whisper, it turned and began to glide back into the darkness. I hesitated for a moment, then followed, a strange sense of trust guiding me. The Imbanji led me through hidden paths and treacherous slopes, its presence a beacon in the darkness. Finally, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky with streaks of pink and orange, we emerged from the mountains. The familiar trail was laid out before me, a sight that brought tears to my eyes. The Imbanji paused, then with a final, knowing look, it vanished back into the undergrowth. I returned to my camp, changed by the experience. The Imbanji, the creature of legend, had not harmed me, but guided me back to safety. The encounter served as a reminder of the delicate balance between humans and nature, and the hidden wonders that reside in the wild corners of our world. The Drakensberg Mountains held not just undiscovered plant life, but also creatures of myth and legend, waiting to be encountered by those with open minds and a yearning for adventure. The biting wind tore at my exposed skin as I struggled to pitch my tent against the onslaught of the blizzard. Snow swirled around me, reducing visibility to a few feet. A sense of foreboding gnawed at me, a feeling I couldn't quite shake. I had been warned about venturing into the park alone during the harsh winter months. Stories of the Wendigo, a terrifying creature of Native American folklore, were whispered around campfires, a monstrous cannibalistic spirit said to roam the frozen wilderness. Despite the warnings, I had been confident in my abilities. Years of experience had honed my survival skills, and I was well equipped for the harsh conditions. But as the storm raged on, isolating me from the outside world, a seed of doubt began to sprout in my mind. The howling wind seemed to carry a deeper message, a mournful cry that sent shivers down my spine. Was it just my imagination, or was there something out there in the swirling snow and howling darkness? Nightfall arrived swiftly, plunging the forest into an inky blackness. The only light came from the flickering flames of my small camp stove, casting grotesque shadows on the surrounding trees. Curled up inside my tent, the thin nylon walls offering little protection from the howling wind, I tried to sleep. But every creak of a branch, every gust of wind, sent my heart pounding in my chest. Then, I heard it a long, mournful howl that echoed through the night. It wasn't the howl of a wolf, a sound I was familiar with. This howl was deeper, more guttural, filled with an unsettling, primal hunger. My blood ran cold. The stories of the Wendigo flashed before my eyes. A gaunt, skeletal creature with glowing eyes and an insatiable appetite for human flesh. Terror paralyzed me. I was trapped inside my flimsy tent, the storm raging outside, and a monstrous creature lurking in the darkness. As the night wore on, the howls came closer, circling my campsite. I could almost imagine the Wendigo, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness, stalking me through the snow. Just when I thought I could take no more, the first rays of dawn peeked through the clouds. The blizzard had subsided, leaving behind a pristine blanket of white snow. Emboldened by the daylight, I emerged from my tent, my body stiff and muscles aching. There were no footprints in the snow, no evidence of the creature that had haunted my night. But the memory of the howls, the chilling presence I had felt in the darkness, would stay with me forever. The encounter with the Wendigo, whether real or imagined, served as a stark reminder of the power of nature and the respect it demands. The vast wilderness held not just beauty and wonder, but also unseen forces and ancient legends that could send shivers down the spine of even the most seasoned adventurer. Sweat dripped down my brow as I hacked my way through the dense undergrowth. My muscles ached, and frustration bubbled within me. Weeks of searching had yielded nothing but blisters and a growing sense of despair. The rumors of a lost city, Akara, deep within the Congo basin, had lured me here. A city of gold, they said, built by an ancient African civilization and forgotten by time. I had scoffed at the stories at first, but something about them gnawed at me. My greed, a bottomless pit that could never be filled, propelled me forward. I wouldn't rest until I found Akara and claimed its riches for myself. Suddenly, my guide, a weary local named Abeni, stopped short, his face etched with fear. "Monsieur," he whispered, pointing into the thick foliage ahead. I strained my ears, but heard nothing. "What is it, Abeni?" I growled, impatience getting the better of me. "There," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "Do you hear that?" A low rumble, like distant thunder, vibrated through the ground. The air grew thick with an unsettling stillness, the symphony of the jungle replaced by an unnatural silence. "What is that sound?" I asked, a tremor of fear creeping into my voice. Abeni shook his head, his eyes wide with terror. "It's the Kangamato, monsieur. A creature of legend, a giant serpent said to guard the secrets of the jungle." My heart pounded against my ribs. The Kangamato, a creature of myth? I scoffed at the notion. "There's no such thing," I declared, pushing past Abeni and continuing on my path. Abeni grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Please, monsieur, turn back. It is not safe." Ignoring his pleas, I pressed on, my greed fueling my determination. The rumble grew louder, closer now, accompanied by a sickening stench of decay and rotting vegetation. Then, I saw it. Emerging from the undergrowth was a creature straight out of my nightmares. An immense serpent, its scales shimmering an unnatural black, its eyes burning like embers in the dim light of the jungle floor. The Kangamato was everything the legends described and more. Its body was thick as a tree trunk, its length stretching beyond the reach of sight. The stench emanating from it was almost unbearable. Terror gripped me as the creature focused its glowing eyes on me. A raspy hiss escaped its enormous maw, and the ground trembled under its weight. Abeni screamed and turned to flee, but it was too late. The Kangamato lunged, its massive body coiling around my guide in a crushing embrace. Abeni's screams were cut short, replaced by a sickening crunch of bones. The horror of the scene froze me in place. The Kangamato turned its gaze back to me, its eyes filled with an ancient hunger. I knew then that my greed had led me to my doom. The lost city of Akara, if it ever existed, would remain a secret, guarded by the monstrous Kangamato. With a final, bone-chilling hiss, the creature lunged, and darkness claimed me. The price of greed, I realized in my final moments, was far steeper than I could have ever imagined. The wind howled across the moors, a mournful cry that sent shivers down my spine. Despite the years that had passed, the memory of my encounter with the Barghest remained vivid, a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that lurked beneath the surface of the seemingly ordinary landscape. Today, I led a group of eager young hikers across the vast expanse of Dartmoor. Their faces were filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, fueled by the stories and legends associated with this ancient land. As we traversed the windswept moors, I recounted the story of the Barghest, the spectral hound, said to be a harbinger of death. The youngsters listened with wide eyes, a healthy dose of skepticism mixed with a flicker of fear in their gazes. Suddenly, the thick mist that had shrouded us all morning intensified. Visibility dropped to a few feet, transforming the landscape into an eerie, ethereal realm. The wind picked up, carrying with it a mournful howl that echoed across the desolate moors. A wave of unease washed over me. The howling sounded eerily similar to the one I had heard on that fateful night years ago. "Don't worry," I assured the wide-eyed hikers, a tremor in my own voice betraying my forced confidence. "It's just the wind." But deep down, a primal fear gnawed at me. The howl came again, closer this time, and a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. The hikers huddled closer, their excited chatter replaced by nervous whispers. One of them, A young girl named Sarah tugged at my sleeve. Is it real?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. I swallowed hard. "Just stories," I managed, my voice not as convincing as I had hoped. Then, from within the swirling mist, a pair of glowing eyes emerged. Red orbs that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. Panic surged through me. The Barghest, it had returned. But unlike my previous encounter, this time, the creature emerged not as a monstrous hound, but as a shadowy figure, its form shifting and melding with the mist. It was a malevolent presence, a chilling manifestation of fear and despair. The Barghest let out a low growl, the sound vibrating through me. I knew I had to protect the hikers, even if it meant facing this terrifying entity myself. "Stay together," I shouted, my voice shaking with fear. The Barghest focused its glowing eyes on me. Then, with a chilling laugh that echoed through the mist, it began to advance. I stood my ground, channeling the years of experience I had accumulated as a park ranger. This was my land, and I wouldn't let a creature of legend terrorize the innocent. Just then, the first rays of sunlight broke through the dense fog, illuminating the landscape with a warm golden glow. The Barghest recoiled from the light, its shadowy form flickering and fading. With a final, ear-splitting shriek, the creature vanished back into the swirling mist. The howling ceased, replaced by an eerie silence. The fog slowly receded, revealing the familiar landscape of Dartmoor. The hikers stared at me, their faces pale with shock. It's gone," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded, taking a deep breath to steady my nerves. The encounter had shaken me to my core, but it had also reaffirmed my responsibility to protect those who ventured into the unknown. The sun continued to climb higher in the sky, casting away the last vestiges of the morning mist. We continued our trek across the moors, the memory of the Barghest, a chilling reminder of the secrets that lay hidden within the vast expanse of Dartmoor. The echoes of its howl, however, would forever linger in the wind. A haunting melody that served as a constant reminder of the night the Barghest returned. An exhilarating sense of discovery filled me as I ventured deeper into the heart of the Redwood National Park. The towering redwoods, some reaching thousands of years old, cast me in their perpetual shade. Each step felt like a journey back in time, a pilgrimage into a primeval wilderness. My mission was to document a rare species of bioluminescent fungus rumored to grow only on the underside of the oldest redwoods. These elusive fungi pulsed with an ethereal glow, sight I yearned to witness firsthand. Lost in the beauty of my surroundings, I strayed from the marked trail, lured by the promise of a particularly magnificent redwood visible in the distance. As I approached the ancient giant, its gnarled bark etched with stories of time, an unsettling feeling washed over me. The forest, once filled with the chirping of birds and the rustling of unseen creatures, grew eerily silent. The air grew thick with a strange, musky odor, unlike anything I had encountered before. Then, I heard it, a low growl, guttural and primal, that echoed through the silent forest. It sent shivers down my spine and caused the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. Panic surged through me. I had heard stories of the Fulaks, a monstrous creature said to be the guardian of the redwood forests. Described as a hulking, bipedal beast with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws. The Fulaks was a terrifying figure of local folklore. Despite my skepticism, the primal fear in the pit of my stomach refused to be ignored. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by a deafening crash of something heavy moving through the undergrowth. I turned to flee, but the way back to the trail was obscured by the dense foliage. Trapped and terrified, I backed away from the ancient redwood, my heart hammering against my ribs. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from behind the massive tree trunk. The Fulaks was real. It was everything the stories described and more. At least 10 feet tall, its body was covered in thick, matted fur, and its eyes glowed an unsettling crimson in the dim light filtering through the canopy. The creature let out a bone-chilling roar, the sound vibrating through the forest floor. I froze, paralyzed by fear. But then, something unexpected happened. The Fulox didn't attack. Instead, it tilted its massive head, its glowing eyes seemingly peering into my soul. A low rumble, almost like a growl, emanated from its throat. Was it communicating? Terrified, a flicker of curiosity replaced my initial fear. I held my breath, unsure how to react. After a tense moment, the Fulox turned and lumbered away, disappearing back into the dense undergrowth. The forest, once eerily silent, came alive with the sounds of nature once more. Shaken but strangely unharmed, I eventually found my way back to the trail. The encounter with the Fulox left an indelible mark on me, while the scientific part of my mind yearned for a logical explanation. A deeper part of me acknowledged the possibility that the redwoods held secrets beyond our comprehension. The Fulox, guardian or monster, served as a reminder of the delicate balance between humans and nature. These ancient forests held not just undiscovered plant life, but also creatures of legend, perhaps protectors of a world older and wilder than we could ever. The storm came on with a fury, a wall of white that obliterated the already fading light. Lost and disoriented, I stumbled upon a lone cabin nestled amongst the skeletal trees. Relief flooded me, a temporary haven from the howling wind and the biting cold. The cabin was small, dusty, and clearly uninhabited for some time. But it offered shelter, a chance to wait out the blizzard before attempting to find my way back to camp. I built a fire in the rusty stove, the flickering flames casting long, grotesque shadows on the walls. Exhaustion soon overwhelmed me, and I drifted off to sleep. My dreams were plagued by disturbing visions. A gaunt figure with glowing eyes, its voice a chilling rasp that spoke of hunger and despair. I awoke with a start, the dying embers casting an eerie glow on the cabin's interior. A low growl echoed from outside, sending shivers down my spine. The sense of being watched was thick in the air, an unseen presence pressing against the flimsy walls. With a sickening creak, the cabin door splintered open. A hulking figure stood in the doorway, shrouded in the swirling blizzard. Pale moonlight glinted off its skeletal frame, its eyes glowing with an unnatural hunger. It was the Wendigo, the monstrous creature of Inuit legend, a creature said to be driven by an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Terror choked the scream that rose in my throat. The Wendigo let out a guttural growl and lunged. Adrenaline surged through me, propelling me out of my slumbering stupor. I snatched a burning log from the fireplace, the Wendigo recoiling from the flames. Desperate and fueled by fear, I grabbed a snowshoe from the corner and smashed a window. The frigid air flooded the cabin, but it also provided an escape route. Leaping through the broken window, I scrambled to my feet and raced out into the blizzard. The Wendigo hesitated for a moment, seemingly reluctant to face the harsh weather. Then, with a bone-chilling shriek, it vanished into the swirling snow. I ran blindly through the blizzard, the wind howling in my ears, fueled by sheer terror. It felt like hours before I stumbled upon the familiar outline of my camp in the distance. My teammates rushed to my side, their faces etched with worry. I collapsed into their arms, unable to speak, the horrors of the night replaying in my mind. The encounter with the Wendigo left an indelible mark on me. While some dismissed it as a hallucination brought on by the harsh conditions, I knew the truth. The Wendigo was real, a monstrous embodiment of winter's wrath, and a predator lurking in the unforgiving wilderness. The memory of its icy touch, the chilling whisper of its voice, served as a stark reminder of the unseen forces that lurked just beyond the edge of human understanding. The vast Arctic held not just beauty and wonder, but also ancient evil, waiting for the unwary to stumble into its icy embrace. The campfire crackled merrily, casting flickering shadows on the faces of my friends huddled around it. We were on a weekend camping trip, a chance to escape the city and reconnect with nature. Blackwater Creek, known for its eerie reputation, seemed like the perfect or perhaps not so perfect destination. Despite the spooky stories, I considered myself a staunch skeptic. Ghosts, spirits, and paranormal entities were nothing but folklore in my book. But as night deepened, and the forest came alive with strange noises, a sliver of doubt crept in. Suddenly, Sarah, one of my friends, let out a shriek. "Did you see that?" she stammered, pointing towards the dense undergrowth. We all followed her gaze, but saw nothing. Just the blackness of the forest, punctuated by the occasional glint of moonlight filtering through the branches. "Probably just a deer," I said, trying to sound nonchalant, despite the prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The rest of the night was an unsettling mix of nervous laughter and uneasy silence. Each rustle in the leaves, each creak of a branch, sent shivers down our spines. Sleep, when it finally came, was filled with fragmented dreams and a strange sense of unease. I woke with a start, a cold sweat clinging to my skin. The campfire had died down, leaving the forest shrouded in an inky blackness. A faint rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Cautiously, I reached for my flashlight and clicked it on. The beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating a clearing a few feet away. And there, standing motionless at the edge of the clearing, were two figures. But these weren't ordinary figures. They were tall and slender, their forms a swirling mass of inky blackness, devoid of any detail. Their eyes, however, glowed with an eerie red light that seemed to pierce my very soul. The Shadow People, as the townsfolk called them. They were the stuff of nightmares, said to be malevolent entities that fed on human fear. Terror froze me in place. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body refused to obey. The Shadow People tilted their heads in unison, their glowing eyes seeming to bore into me. Then, without warning, they began to move. They glided towards me, their forms flickering and shifting in the darkness. A whimper escaped my lips as I fumbled for my backpack, desperate to find anything that could fend them off. Just as they were about to reach me, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the night. It was Sarah. She was standing a few feet away, her face contorted in fear, pointing towards the darkness behind the Shadow People. They turned their attention to Sarah, their glowing eyes glinting with malice. For a moment, I saw an opportunity. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed a burning log from the remains of the campfire and hurled it towards the Shadow People. The burning log hit one of them, causing it to recoil with a shriek. They hissed and spat at me, a sound like nails scraping on a chalkboard. But for a fleeting moment, they were distracted. I used that moment to my advantage. Scrambling to my feet, I bolted into the dark forest, the horrifying shrieks of the Shadow People echoing behind me. I didn't look back, didn't stop running until I reached the outskirts of town, collapsing onto a park bench, gasping for breath. The next morning, shaken but unharmed, I found my friends back at the campsite. They were shaken too, but fortunately, hadn't encountered the Shadow People themselves. The experience in Blackwater Creek left an indelible mark on me. While I still clung to my rational side, a part of me now acknowledged the possibility of things unseen, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the unwary to stumble into their domain. The Shadow People might have been figments of my imagination, a product of fear and a night spent in a supposedly haunted forest. But the memory of their glowing eyes and the chilling feel of their malevolent presence lingered on. A reminder that the darkness held secrets beyond our comprehension. The full moon cast an ethereal glow on the forest floor as I patrolled the winding trails of Blackwood Reserve. The rhythmic chirping of crickets and the occasional hooting of an owl filled the night air. It was a familiar symphony, one that brought a sense of peace to my soul. Blackwood Reserve was rumored to be home to all sorts of creatures, from elusive owls to playful and sometimes mischievous spirits called pukwudgies. These diminutive, gnome-like creatures were said to delight in pranks and trickery, leading bewildered travelers astray and disappearing in a puff of smoke. While I didn't entirely dismiss the legends, I considered them harmless campfire stories. Tonight, however, my skepticism would be tested. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I noticed something strange. A cluster of fireflies, usually scattered amongst the undergrowth, were hovering in mid-air, forming a perfect circle. It was an unnatural sight, a mesmerizing display of bioluminescence unlike anything I had ever seen. Curiosity piqued, I cautiously approached the circle of glowing fireflies. As I drew closer, the light intensified, momentarily blinding me. When I blinked away, the fireflies were gone. In their place stood a small, wizened figure, with pointed ears and mischievous, glinting eyes. He wore a tattered brown cloak, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. It was a pukwudgie. Before I could react, the pukwudgie let out a high-pitched giggle and vanished into thin air. Shock and amusement warred within me. Had I just seen a legendary creature? The night continued in a similar vein. My flashlight mysteriously died, only to flicker back on when I swore in frustration. My compass spun wildly, leading me in circles around the same clearing. Each time, a flash of movement and a mischievous cackle signaled the presence of the pukwudgie. Despite the inconvenience, I couldn't help but grin. This wasn't a malevolent encounter. It was a playful one. The pukwudgie was simply toying with me, testing my patience and sense of humor. Finally, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky a soft orange, the pukwudgie reappeared. He bowed theatrically, his grin even wider than before. Then, with a final wink, he vanished once more. Shaken but strangely exhilarated, I made my way back to the ranger station. News of my encounter with the pukwudgie spread like wildfire amongst the other rangers. Some scoffed, but others, myself included, harbored a newfound respect for the mischievous spirit of the woods. Blackwood Reserve wasn't just a forest anymore. It was a place of wonder, a place where the veil between reality and legend seemed to shimmer and shift. And the pukwudgie, with his playful pranks, served as a reminder. Excitement crackled in the air as I prepped for the dive. We were about to descend into the abyss, the unexplored depths of the Mariana Trench. Years of research had culminated in this moment, a chance to unlock the secrets hidden within the darkest corners of the ocean. As the submersible, Calypso, plunged deeper into the inky blackness, the familiar world of sunlight and surface life faded away. The only light came from the submersible's powerful searchlights, illuminating a desolate landscape of jagged rock formations and swirling currents. The pressure built steadily, a constant reminder of the immense weight of the ocean pressing down upon us. The silence was deafening, broken only by the hum of the submersible's machinery. Hours ticked by as we scanned the desolate landscape. We encountered strange bioluminescent creatures, some grotesque, some strangely beautiful, all perfectly adapted to the harsh conditions of the deep. But there was no sign of the colossal cephalopod we were hoping to find, a creature rumored to lurk in the deepest trenches. Just as hope began to dwindle, a faint sonar ping echoed through the control room. There was something on the scanner, a massive unidentified object resting on the ocean floor. Excitement surged through the crew. Could this be it, the colossal cephalopod, a living fossil from the prehistoric past? With a surge of adrenaline, I piloted the Calypso closer. The object grew larger on the screen, its form vaguely resembling a giant squid, but with features that defied classification. It was unlike anything I had ever seen in my years of studying marine life. As we neared, the creature stirred. Massive, luminous eyes blinked open, reflecting the submersible's lights. They were filled with an intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. The creature wasn't a mindless beast, but something far more ancient and knowing. Then, it let out a sound. Not a roar, not a screech, but a low, mournful wail that resonated through the submersible. A sound that seemed to carry the weight of millennia. The sound was deafening, both physically and emotionally, a primal scream that echoed the loneliness and darkness of the abyss. Panic seized the crew. The submersible systems began to malfunction, lights flickering ominously. We were losing control. Fear, cold and primal, gripped my heart. In the chaos, I managed to activate the emergency ascent protocol. The Calypso shot upwards like a bullet, leaving the monstrous creature and its mournful wail behind. We reached the surface, battered and shaken, but alive. The submersible was severely damaged, and the data we had collected was corrupted. But the memory of the creature, its immense size, and its haunting cry, remained etched in my mind. The Mariana Trench had yielded no scientific breakthroughs, but it had revealed something far more profound, a glimpse into the vastness of the unknown. A reminder that the depths of the ocean held secrets far older and more terrifying than we could ever imagine. The echoes of that mournful wail would forever serve as a chilling testament to the mysteries that lurked in the abyss, waiting to be discovered, or perhaps, best left undisturbed. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves as I ventured deeper into the restricted area. Towering redwoods, their bark-like weather giants, loomed on either side, their dense canopy blocking out most of the moonlight. An unsettling silence pressed down on me, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures. Reports of strange lights and chanting emanating from this area had reached my ears, and as a park ranger, I was determined to investigate. Equipped with a powerful flashlight and a healthy dose of skepticism, I pushed forward. The ground beneath my feet was soft, with a thick layer of fallen needles, muffling the sound of my footsteps. As I rounded a bend in the path, I froze. A faint, rhythmic chanting echoed through the trees, an eerie melody that sent shivers down my spine. The language was unknown to me, guttural and primal, filled with a power that resonated deep within my bones. Curiosity warring with caution, crept closer, following the sound. The chanting grew louder, accompanied by flickering lights emanating from a clearing ahead. Peeking through the dense foliage, I witnessed a sight that chilled me to the core. A group of figures, clad in dark robes with strange symbols stitched onto their backs, stood around a crude altar made of fallen branches and stones. A bonfire crackled in the center, casting an eerie glow on their faces, which were contorted in a mixture of fervor and madness. In the center of the ritual, a man stood with his arms outstretched, chanting along with the others. But it was his eyes that truly terrified me. They glowed an unnatural yellow, burning with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the darkness. As I watched, transfixed by horror, the chanting reached a crescendo. The man in the center threw back his head and let out a blood-curdling scream. The air crackled with an unseen energy, and the ground beneath my feet vibrated. Suddenly, a dark mist erupted from the bonfire, swirling around the figures. It pulsed with an unnatural light, and within the swirling vortex, I glimpsed fleeting images, monstrous creatures with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Terror propelled me backwards. I stumbled through the undergrowth, heart hammering against my ribs, desperate to escape this place of darkness and unseen forces. I didn't dare look back, but the chilling memory of the chanting, the glowing eyes, and the swirling mist that seemed to hold glimpses of some unspeakable horror would forever haunt my nights. The next day, I reported my encounter to my superiors. But skepticism ran deep, and the lack of concrete evidence meant the restricted area remained open. Yet, I knew the truth. The redwoods held a darkness, a secret best left undisturbed. And the chilling echo of the chant in the stillness of the night served as a constant reminder of the night I came face to face with something beyond human comprehension. The rusty iron gate groaned in protest as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the overgrown yard. The house loomed before me, a silhouette of grandeur lost to time. Its peeling paint, boarded-up windows, and crumbling porch steps spoke of a glorious past now shrouded in neglect. Taking a deep breath, I adjusted my briefcase and approached the heavy oak door. A chill radiated from the house, seeping through my coat despite the warm afternoon sun. With a sense of trepidation, I fumbled with the rusted lock, the metallic clang sounding unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. The door creaked open, revealing a dark entryway. Stepping cautiously inside, I was greeted by a thick layer of dust and the stale scent of decay. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the grime-coated windows, casting long, skeletal shadows across the dusty floorboards. The air hung heavy with an unsettling quiet, broken only by the creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. As I ventured deeper into the house, a sense of unease began to gnaw at me. Every creak, every groan, seemed amplified in this mausoleum of a house. Each room I entered was a portrait of a bygone era, faded floral wallpaper, tarnished furniture draped in dust sheets, and an overwhelming presence of porcelain dolls. Hundreds of them lined shelves, sat perched on chairs, or stared vacantly from mantelpieces. These weren't your typical child's dolls. These were life-sized replicas of people, their faces meticulously crafted with an uncanny realism. Their eyes, made of glass beads, seemed to follow me wherever I went, their expressions an unsettling mix of innocence and malice. A shiver danced down my spine as I reached the top floor. At the end of the hallway, a single door stood ajar. Curiosity, tinged with apprehension, drew me towards it. Pushing the door open, I gasped. The room was a workshop, cluttered with tools and unfinished dolls in various stages of completion. But it was the figure standing in the center of the room that truly sent a jolt of terror through me. An old woman, frail and stooped, stood with her back to me, meticulously placing a glass eye into the head of a doll that bore an uncanny resemblance to me. Her white hair, like a tangled halo, framed a face etched with wrinkles and a disturbing glint in her cloudy eyes. As I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair in the process, the woman turned slowly, a chilling smile spreading across her face. "Ah, you must be the new owner," she rasped, her voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "Welcome, I've been expecting you." Panic seized me. The dolls, the unsettling atmosphere, and the woman's unnerving words all coalesced into a horrifying realization. This house, with its eerie collection of dolls, wasn't just abandoned. It held a dark secret, a secret that seemed to draw me in like a moth to a flame. I stammered out an apology, claiming I was in the wrong house, desperation fueling my voice. But the woman's smile only widened. "There are no wrong houses, dear," she cackled, her voice echoing through the dusty room. "There are only those waiting to be filled." With a blood-curdling scream, I bolted from the room, the image of the woman and her uncanny dolls seared into my memory. I fled the house, slamming the creaking door shut behind me as if it could hold back the horror within. The rusty gate clanged shut as I left the property, the sound of final punctuation mark on a terrifying experience. The house on the hill stood alone once more, silent sentinel, holding its secrets close. And a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk within the beauty of seemingly ordinary things. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sterile glow on the crowded terminal. The air thrummed with the cacophony of announcements, hurried conversations, and the rhythmic rumble of luggage carts. Ben slumped deeper into his plastic chair, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Another pointless business trip, another long wait for his delayed flight. He plugged his noise-canceling headphones into his phone, seeking refuge in the familiar comfort of white noise. As the static washed over him, a deep sense of calm began to settle. Suddenly, a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye caught his attention. He glanced up, the white noise in his ears momentarily disrupted by a jarring burst of static. A woman stood there, her back to him, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around her. She was dressed in a strange, almost old-fashioned style, a bright red dress that seemed to clash with the modern surroundings. Intrigued by her out-of-place attire, Ben watched as the woman turned her head slightly. But her face was wrong. It was a blur of pixels, a distorted mess that defied logic. A jolt of adrenaline shot through him. He ripped off his headphones, the white noise replaced by the familiar sounds of the airport. He blinked, hoping it was just a trick of the eye, a hallucination brought on by fatigue. But the woman was still there, her pixelated face staring back at him with an unsettling intensity. A wave of panic began to rise within him. He glanced around, hoping to see someone else who might have witnessed the glitch. But everyone seemed oblivious, lost in their own pre-flight routines. Panic turned to a chilling realization. He was the only one who could see her. The woman spoke, her voice a distorted jumble of static and warped audio snippets from random conversations happening around the terminal. "Wake up," the distorted voice rasped. "It's not real." Terror choked off any response Ben might have formed. He scrambled to his feet, his backpack falling to the floor with a clatter. The woman remained motionless, her eyes, or rather the distorted mess where they should be, fixed on him. Taking a deep breath, Ben pushed his way through the crowd, his eyes scanning for an escape route. He needed to get away, to find someone who could see the woman, to prove he wasn't losing his mind. He reached the security checkpoint, the line snaking its way towards the metal detectors. As he shuffled forward, he kept glancing back, half expecting the woman in red to be following him. But she was gone. The experience left Ben shaken, questioning his own sanity. Was it just exhaustion, a malfunction in his headphones? Or was there something more sinister at play? The glitch in the matrix, as he later termed it, remained a chilling reminder of the fragile boundary between reality and the unknown. It was a secret he kept close, a whisper in the white noise that forever haunted his travels. Days had blurred into one another since Sarah set sail. The vast expanse of the ocean, once a source of wonder, now felt oppressive. The thick fog, a constant shroud obscuring the world beyond her boat. The silence was broken only by the creak of the ship and the rhythmic lap of waves against the hull. An unsettling feeling had begun to gnaw at her, a sense of being watched. A prickling sensation that crawled up her spine whenever she ventured below deck. One night, as Sarah sat huddled in the cabin, nursing a lukewarm cup of tea, a blood-curdling scream pierced the fog. It was a long, mournful wail that sent shivers down her spine. Panic seized her. Grabbing a flashlight, she scrambled out onto the deck, her eyes scanning the endless white veil that surrounded her boat. The scream had come from somewhere nearby, of that she was certain. The fog was even denser now, swallowing any sound and light that dared to venture out. Fear threatened to paralyze her, but Sarah forced herself to move. She needed to find the source of the scream. Suddenly, the fog seemed to shift, revealing a faint outline in the distance. A colossal shape, vaguely resembling a ship, materialized out of the mist. Its sails were tattered and ragged, its hull covered in barnacles and algae, a chilling testament to its long journey into oblivion. A wave of dread washed over Sarah. This wasn't just any ship. It was a ghost ship, a vessel lost at sea, its crew forever trapped in the purgatory of the fog. As the spectral ship drifted closer, Sarah could make out shadowy figures on the deck, their faces obscured by the gloom. Their arms were outstretched, their expressions contorted in a silent scream. Then another scream ripped through the air. This one close and more distinct. It originated from below deck, from within her own sailboat. Panic surged through Sarah. Rushing back down the companionway, she found the cabin empty. But the source of the scream was clear. It was coming from the locked chest tucked away in a corner. Trembling, fingers fumbled with the lock, finally forcing it open. Inside, nestled in a bed of faded cloth, lay a weathered journal. Its pages were filled with frantic scribblings, the last desperate pleas of a sailor, lost at sea aboard a ghost ship eerily similar to the one looming outside. As Sarah slammed the chest shut, the spectral ship lurched forward, its ghostly crew reaching out towards her boat. Then, just as abruptly as it appeared, it vanished back into the fog, leaving behind only an unsettling silence. The encounter left Sarah shaken. The chilling truth revealed in the journal, a constant reminder of the dangers that lurked beneath the calm surface of the ocean. The last whisper, the scream that echoed through the fog, became a haunting melody, a constant lullaby sung by the restless souls of the sea. Growing up in the Pacific Northwest, tales of Sasquatch were part of the local folklore. Known for its dense forests and rugged terrain, the region has long been a hotspot for sightings of the elusive creature. While many dismiss these stories as myths or hoaxes, I was about to find out that there might be more truth to them than I ever imagined. In the summer of 2015, my friends and I decided to go on a camping trip deep into the Cascade Mountains. There were 4 of us: Mark, Emily, Jake, and me. We were experienced hikers and campers, and we looked forward to spending a week in the wilderness, away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. The first few days of our trip were uneventful. We hiked through lush forests, camped by pristine lakes, and marveled at the beauty of the untouched wilderness. On the 4th day, we set up camp in a secluded valley, miles away from the nearest trail. That night, as we sat around the campfire, Mark brought up the topic of Sasquatch. "Did you guys know this area is known for Bigfoot sightings?" he asked, a mischievous grin on his face. "Yeah, right," Emily scoffed. "Those are just stories." Jake and I laughed it off, but Mark was insistent. He had brought a book on local legends, and began reading aloud some of the most famous Sasquatch encounters. As he read, the forest around us seemed to grow quieter, the darkness pressing in. Eventually, we all retired to our tents, the conversation about Sasquatch still fresh in our minds. I fell asleep quickly, but my slumber was restless. I woke up to a strange noise outside my tent. It was a low, guttural growl, unlike anything I had ever heard. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to listen. The noise came again, closer this time. I slowly unzipped my tent and peered outside. In the dim moonlight, I saw a massive figure standing at the edge of our campsite. It was at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark, matted fur. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, and it stood completely still, as if observing us. I wanted to scream, but fear kept me silent. I glanced around and saw that my friends were still asleep in their tents. I slowly reached for my flashlight and shone it towards the figure. It let out a loud, echoing roar that shook me to my core. The sound woke my friends, and they scrambled out of their tents, eyes wide with terror. The creature turned and disappeared into the forest, moving with a speed and agility that seemed impossible for its size. We stood there, trembling and unsure of what to do. Mark's face was pale, his bravado from earlier completely gone. "We need to leave," he whispered. We quickly packed our gear and started hiking back toward civilization. The forest, once a place of beauty and tranquility, now felt menacing and hostile. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent waves of fear through us. We hiked through the night, our adrenaline fueling our desperate pace. By dawn, we had reached a ranger station on the edge of the wilderness. Exhausted and shaken, we recounted our experience to the rangers. They listened with a mix of skepticism and concern. "People have been reporting sightings like yours for years," one ranger said, "but we have no concrete evidence. Be glad you got out safely." We left the ranger station, our minds reeling from the night's events. The encounter had shaken us to our core, challenging everything we thought we knew about the world. Sasquatch was no longer just a legend or a story, it was a reality, lurking in the depths of the Pacific Northwest. To this day, I can't forget the sight of that massive creature or the fear that gripped me in its presence. The wilderness, once a place of solace and adventure, now holds a darker, more mysterious allure. And every time I venture into those ancient forests, I can't help but wonder if Sasquatch is watching, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to stumble into its domain. Living in the arid landscape of the desert Southwest, We often heard whispers of strange creatures and unexplained phenomena. Among the most notorious was the chupacabra, a legendary beast said to prey on livestock, draining their blood and leaving behind lifeless carcasses. Skeptics dismiss these tales as mere folklore, but I was about to discover that some legends are grounded in chilling reality. It was the summer of 2017, and I was working as a ranch hand on a sprawling property near the border between Texas and Mexico. The ranch, owned by the Martinez family for generations, had seen its share of strange occurrences. Livestock had gone missing, crops had been mysteriously damaged, and eerie noises often echoed through the night. One particularly hot evening, Mr. Martinez called me and a few other hands into the main house. His face was etched with worry as he spread out a map on the kitchen table. "We've lost more cattle this month than ever before," he said, his voice tense. "And it's not just the losses. It's how we find them drained of blood, like something's feeding on them." We exchanged uneasy glances. We'd all heard the stories, but none of us truly believed in the chupacabra. Mr. Martinez's eldest son, Carlos, suggested we set up night watches to try and catch whatever was responsible. That night, I was assigned to patrol the northern edge of the ranch, a remote area bordered by rocky hills and sparse vegetation. Armed with a flashlight, a rifle, and a sense of trepidation, I set out just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Hours passed with nothing but the occasional rustle of wind through the brush. I was starting to think this was a wild goose chase when a sudden, blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. My heart jumped, and I whipped around, trying to locate the source. In the dim moonlight, I saw a shadowy figure darting among the rocks. It moved with a speed and agility that seemed unnatural. I tightened my grip on the rifle and cautiously approached. As I neared, I could make out a set of glowing red eyes watching me from the darkness. The creature emerged from the shadows, and I froze. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen, small and gaunt, with leathery gray skin, spines along its back, and fangs glistening in the moonlight. It let out another ear-piercing scream, and I raised my rifle, firing a shot. The creature recoiled, snarling, but it didn't fall. Instead, it lunged at me with terrifying speed. I stumbled backward, firing again, this time hitting my mark. The creature yelped and disappeared into the night, leaving a trail of blood. I radioed for help, my voice shaking. Carlos and the others arrived within minutes, and we followed the blood trail to a small cave nestled among the rocks. Inside, we found the creature's lair, bones of various animals scattered around, along with the drained carcasses of several cattle. We dragged the creature's body out into the open. Its lifeless form looked even more bizarre in the harsh light of our flashlights. We couldn't deny it any longer. The chupacabra was real. The news spread quickly, and soon experts and media descended upon the ranch. Biologists examined the creature, trying to determine its origins. Theories ranged from a mutated animal to an undiscovered species, but no definitive answers emerged. The encounter left the Martinez family and the ranch hands shaken. The chupacabra was no longer just a story told to scare children, it was a tangible, terrifying reality. We resumed our duties, but the nights felt darker, the shadows more menacing. For months after, I couldn't shake the image of those glowing red eyes or the creature's blood-curdling screams. The desert, once a familiar and predictable landscape, now held an air of mystery and danger. Every rustle in the brush, every distant cry in the night, sent chills down my spine. Living in the Southwest, we had always respected the harshness of the desert, but now we had a new reason to be wary. The chupacabra was out there, lurking in the shadows, a reminder that some legends are rooted in truth, and some nightmares walk among us. Growing up in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, I was always fascinated by the local legend of the Mothman. Tales of a giant, winged creature with glowing red eyes had been passed down for generations, captivating the imaginations of both locals and visitors. Though the stories were thrilling, I never believed they held any truth until one fateful night changed everything. It was a chilly autumn evening in 2015, and my friends and I decided to explore the old TNT area, a former World War II munitions plant, now abandoned and overgrown. The site was infamous for Mothman sightings, making it the perfect spot for a thrilling night out. Equipped with flashlights, snacks, and a sense of adventure, we set out just after dusk. As we made our way through the dense woods, the air grew colder, and an eerie silence settled around us. We joked and laughed to keep our spirits up, but deep down, we all felt a growing sense of unease. The trees seemed to close in on us, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out in the darkness. We reached one of the dilapidated buildings and decided to take a break. Sitting on the crumbling steps, we shared ghost stories and tried to scare each other with exaggerated tales of the Mothman. I could tell that even the bravest among us were starting to feel the weight of the ominous surroundings. As we prepared to move on, a sudden rustling in the bushes caught our attention. We froze, our flashlights trained on the source of the noise. Out of the darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes emerged, piercing through the night like fiery beacons. My heart pounded in my chest as the creature stepped into the light. It was massive, standing at least 7 feet tall, with leathery wings folded against its back. Its eyes, bright and unblinking, seemed to bore into our souls. The creature let out a low, haunting screech that sent shivers down my spine. We were all paralyzed with fear, unable to move or speak. In a sudden burst of motion, the Mothman spread its wings and took flight, soaring above us with a powerful whoosh. The wind from its wings knocked us off balance, and we scrambled to our feet, trying to make sense of what we had just witnessed. Panic set in, and we ran through the woods, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. The creature followed us, its eerie screeches echoing through the trees. I glanced over my shoulder and saw it swooping low, its wings casting a dark shadow over the forest floor. We finally reached the edge of the woods and tumbled out onto the road, gasping for air and drenched in sweat. The Mothman circled above us one last time before disappearing into the night, leaving us shaken and terrified. We made our way back to town in silence, each of us lost in our thoughts. The encounter had shattered our disbelief and left us questioning everything we thought we knew. The Mothman was real, and it had come terrifyingly close to us. In the days that followed, we struggled to make sense of what had happened. We shared our story with friends and family, but many dismissed it as a figment of our imaginations or a prank gone too far. Yet, we knew the truth had seen the Mothman, and it had seen us. The experience changed us in ways we couldn't fully understand. The woods that once seemed familiar and safe now felt like a place of lurking danger. Nights were filled with restless sleep and vivid nightmares, the Mothman's glowing eyes haunting our dreams. I spent hours researching the legend, desperate to find answers. I learned about the sightings in the 1960s, the collapse of the Silver Bridge, and the theories that connected the Mothman to impending disasters. The more I read, the more I realized how little we truly understood about this mysterious creature. Years have passed since that night, but the memory remains vivid and unsettling. The Mothman is more than just a legend, it's a reminder that there are forces in this world beyond our comprehension, lurking in the shadows, waiting to reveal themselves when we least expect it. I no longer venture into the woods at night, and the sight of glowing red eyes sends a chill down my spine. The Mothman may be an enigma, but its presence is undeniably real. A haunting specter that watches over Point Pleasant and its unsuspecting residents. Have you ever felt that chill, that unexplainable shiver down your spine when you're alone at night? I never believed in monsters, at least not the kind that hide under your bed. But after what happened to me on that desolate stretch of road, I'm not so sure anymore. It was late October, the leaves had just started to turn, and the air carried that crisp bite that heralds winter's approach. My name is Ethan, and I had just moved to Elkhorn, Wisconsin, a quaint little town that seemed to be frozen in time. I had taken up a job as a delivery driver to make ends meet. The work was mundane, but the quiet drives through the countryside were a welcome escape from my otherwise hectic life. One evening, I received a call from my dispatcher about a delivery on Bray Road. The sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. As I drove through the winding roads, I noticed how deserted the area was. Not a single house in sight, just fields and the occasional patch of forest. I had heard the locals mention Bray Road in hushed tones, but I didn't pay much attention. Every small town has its ghost stories, right? I found the address and dropped off the package without any trouble. On my way back, darkness had completely enveloped the landscape. The only source of light was my truck's headlights, cutting through the pitch-black night. The road was narrow and flanked by dense trees, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the sky. The silence was deafening. As I drove, my mind started to wander. I thought about my family, my friends, and the choices that had led me to this point in my life. Suddenly, saw something dart across the road. It was quick, almost a blur, but I caught a glimpse of it. A large, shadowy figure, moving with an unnatural grace. My heart skipped a beat. I slammed on the brakes and the truck skidded to a halt. I sat there for a moment, trying to calm my racing heart. Probably just a deer, told myself. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The silhouette was too large, too menacing. I took a deep breath and continued driving, my eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. Not long after, saw it again. This time, it was standing on the side of the road, partially obscured by the trees. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, with broad shoulders and long, muscular limbs. Its eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light, reflecting the beams of my headlights. I could see the outline of its face, elongated and wolf-like, with pointed ears and a snout. My blood ran cold. I sped up, my mind racing. Was this the beast of Bray Road that the locals whispered about? I had dismissed it as mere folklore, a story to scare children. But now, faced with this creature, I couldn't deny its existence. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. I just wanted to get out of there, to reach the safety of my home. As I drove, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting the beast to be chasing me. But the road behind me remained empty. I let out a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. Suddenly, the creature appeared in front of my truck, as if it had materialized out of thin air. I swerved to avoid hitting it, and crashed into a ditch. The impact jolted me, but I was unharmed. My truck, however, was stuck. I tried to start it, but the engine wouldn't turn over. Panic set in as I realized I was stranded, with the beast lurking nearby. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, but there was no signal. Great, I muttered under my breath. I had no choice but to get out and find help. I opened the door and stepped into the cold night. The air was thick with tension, and every rustle of leaves sent shivers down my spine. I started walking, flashlight in hand, hoping to find a house or a passing car. The road was eerily quiet, and the only sound was the crunch of gravel under my boots. After what felt like an eternity, I saw headlights in the distance. I waved frantically, and the car slowed to a stop. It was an old pickup truck, and the driver, an elderly man with a kind face, rolled down his window. "You all right, son?" he asked, concern etched on his features. "I crashed my truck," I replied, my voice trembling. Something made me swerve." He nodded knowingly. "Get in, I'll take you to the nearest gas station." I climbed into the passenger seat, grateful for the warmth of the heater. As we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced out the window, half expecting to see the beast lurking in the shadows. The old man must have noticed my unease. "You're not the first to have an encounter on this road," he said, his voice low. "People around here call it the Beast of Bray Road. Some say it's a werewolf, others think it's a cryptid. Whatever it is, it's been around for decades. Why doesn't anyone do anything about it?" I asked, My curiosity peaked despite my fear. He sighed. There have been attempts, but nothing ever works. It's as if the beast is a part of the land itself. Something ancient and untouchable. Over us all. I parked my truck and waited, the camera ready in my lap. Hours passed, and nothing happened. I was about to give up when I saw the beast, standing in the middle of the road, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I raised the camera and started filming. The beast took a step forward, and I felt that same connection Linda had described. It was as if the beast was trying to tell me something, to share its story. I sat there, frozen, as the beast approached my truck. It stopped a few feet away and stared at me with those piercing yellow eyes. In that moment, I understood. The beast wasn't just a monster. It was a guardian, a protector of the land. It had been here long before us, watching over the area, ensuring the balance between nature and humanity. The beast turned and disappeared into the forest, leaving me with a sense of awe and respect. I had come seeking answers, and I had found them, but not in the way I had expected. I drove home, my mind at ease. The nightmare stopped, replaced by dreams of the forest and the beast that called it home. I knew that I would never forget my encounter with the beast of Bray Road, and that I would always respect the ancient guardian of the land. Years have passed since that night, and I've moved on with my life. But every now and then, I find myself driving down Bray Road, hoping to catch a glimpse of the beast. And when I do, I feel a sense of peace, knowing that the guardian is still out there, watching. We reached the gas station, and I thanked the old man before heading inside. The clerk called a tow truck for me, and I waited in the small diner attached to the station. As I sipped my coffee, I couldn't stop thinking about the beast. Why had it appeared to me? Was it a warning, or something more sinister? The tow truck eventually arrived, and the driver, a burly man named Mike, drove me back to my truck. He managed to pull it out of the ditch and get it running again. I thanked him and made my way home, my mind still reeling from the night's events. For days, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the beast's glowing eyes staring back at me. I started researching the beast of Bray Road, reading every article and watching every documentary I could find. The stories were eerily similar to mine, people encountering a large, wolf-like creature on the road at night. One story, in particular, caught my attention. It was about a woman named Linda, who had an encounter with the beast back in the late 80s. She had been driving home late one night when she saw the creature standing in the middle of the road. Unlike me, she didn't swerve. Instead, she accelerated, hoping to scare it off. But as she got closer, the beast leapt over her car with incredible agility. I decided to track Linda down and hear her story firsthand. It took some digging, but I eventually found her living in a small town a few hours away. I called her and explained my situation, and she agreed to meet me. When I arrived at her house, Linda greeted me warmly. She was in her late 50s, with graying hair and kind eyes. We sat in her cozy living room, and she recounted her encounter with the beast. Her story mirrored mine in many ways, but there was one key difference. Linda believed that the beast was trying to communicate with her. I know it sounds crazy, she said, but I felt a connection, like it was trying to tell me something. I had nightmares for weeks after the encounter, dreams where the beast would speak to me in a language I couldn't understand. Her words sent a chill down my spine. Could the beast be more than just a mindless predator? Was it trying to reach out to me as well? I left Linda's house with more questions than answers. My encounter with the beast of Bray Road had changed me, shaken me to my core. I knew that I couldn't ignore it, that I had to confront my fear and find out the truth. A few nights later, I returned to Bray Road. This time, I was prepared. I brought a camera, hoping to capture evidence of the beast. As I drove down the dark, winding road, my name is Jonah, and I used to think that the scariest thing in the world was failing my finals. That was until I encountered something that made me question the very fabric of reality. It all started on a winter camping trip with my best friend, Alex, deep in the forests of northern Minnesota. Alex and I had been planning this trip for months. We both needed a break from the stress of college life, and a few days of hiking and camping seemed like the perfect escape. We were both experienced outdoorsmen, so we weren't too worried about the challenges that winter camping presented. Little did we know, we were about to face something far more terrifying than the cold. We set off on a crisp January morning, our packs heavy with supplies and our spirits high. The forest was breathtakingly beautiful, blanketed in a thick layer of snow that muffled our footsteps and made the world feel eerily silent. We followed a trail that wound through the trees, occasionally stopping to admire the scenery or take photos. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we found a suitable spot to set up camp. We pitched our tent, gathered firewood, and soon had a roaring fire going. The warmth was a welcome relief from the biting cold, and we spent the evening cooking dinner and swapping stories. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the distant howl of wolves. It was around midnight when we first heard a faint, almost imperceptible whisper carried on the wind. At first, we thought it was just our imaginations playing tricks on us. But as the night wore on, the whisper grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from the depths of the forest, a disembodied voice calling out to us. "Did you hear that?" Alex asked, his face pale in the firelight. "Yeah," I replied, trying to mask my unease. "It's probably just the wind." But deep down, I knew it was something more. The whisper had an otherworldly quality to it, a haunting melody that sent shivers down my spine. We decided to turn in for the night, hoping that sleep would drown out the eerie sounds. I awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of Alex unzipping the tent. "Where are you going?" I whispered, groggy with sleep. "I need to check something," he replied, his voice oddly monotone. Before I could protest, he slipped out into the cold. I lay there for a moment, my heart pounding. Something didn't feel right. I grabbed my flashlight and followed him out into the night. The forest was deathly silent, the only sound the crunch of snow under my boots. I called out for Alex, but there was no response. Panic set in as I realized he was gone. I frantically searched the area, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. After what felt like hours, I found him standing at the edge of a frozen lake, staring into the distance. "Alex!" I shouted, rushing to his side. "What are you doing out here?" He turned to face me, his eyes wide and glassy. The voice, it wants us to follow. A chill ran down my spine. "What voice?" "Alex, you're scaring me." He shook his head, as if trying to clear his thoughts. "I don't know, man. It felt like something was calling to me, pulling me out here." We both knew it was dangerous to stay out in the cold for too long, so I convinced him to come back to the tent. We huddled together for warmth, neither of us saying a word. Sleep was elusive, as the whispering continued to haunt us throughout the night. The next morning, we decided to cut our trip short. The forest no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a trap. We packed up our gear and began the long hike back to civilization. The whispering followed us, growing louder and more desperate with each step. As we trudged through the snow, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent my heart racing. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. Eventually, we reached a small, abandoned cabin. It was a welcome sight, a place where we could rest and regroup. The cabin was in disrepair, but it provided shelter from the cold. We built a fire in the old stone fireplace and tried to warm ourselves. That's when we heard it Aganth whisper, clear as day, coming from just outside the cabin. Alex and I exchanged a terrified glance. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice trembling. We decided to keep moving, despite our exhaustion. As we stepped outside, we saw footprints in the snow. They were large, far larger than any human or animal tracks we had ever seen. They led away from the cabin, deeper into the forest. We followed the tracks, our curiosity overpowering our fear. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, as if urging us onward. The footprints led us to a clearing, where the trees formed a natural circle round a massive, ancient oak. Standing beneath the oak was a figure, tall and gaunt, with glowing eyes that pierced the darkness. It was covered in matted fur, and its limbs were unnaturally long. My blood ran cold as I realized what we were looking at: a Wendigo, the legendary creature from Native American folklore. The Wendigo let out a low, guttural growl, and the whispering intensified, filling my mind with a cacophony of voices. I felt a primal fear take hold, paralyzing me. Alex and I stood frozen, unable to move or speak. The creature took a step toward us, its eyes burning with an otherworldly hunger. In that moment, I knew we were facing something far beyond our understanding, something ancient and malevolent.